is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has revised fuel prices following pressure from public transport operators over the widening gap between diesel and kerosene prices. Under the new review, which takes effect from May 19th to June 14th, 2026, diesel prices will drop by 10.06 shillings per litre, while kerosene prices will rise sharply by 38.60 shillings per litre. Petrol prices remain unchanged. Motorists in Nairobi will now pay 232.86 shillings per litre for diesel, 191.38 shillings for kerosene, while super petrol remains at 214.25 shillings per litre. Transport operators across the country have vowed to continue the ongoing nationwide Matatus strike today after rejecting key proposals made by the government during talks aimed at ending the standoff over the rising fuel prices. The meeting, chaired by Energy CS Opiyo Wandayi and his transport counterpart Davis Chirchir on Monday, came amid widespread transport disruptions that left thousands of commuters stranded in Nairobi and other towns. Matatu Owners Association chairperson Albert Karakacha said the recent increase in diesel prices had made it difficult for operators to meet financial obligations.
We know very well that the Ministry of Energy, they could do something to give us 46, which they are saying they don't have money. And what we are urging the government, they have a lot of pockets where they can get this money and fund these 46 shillings we are looking for. Because this is the money we are losing. We are paying our loans. We can't be able to pay our loans. We have services which we are supposed to pay. We can't be able to pay. So what we are urging the government, we are urging the president that he must do something, because the strike will continue until we are able to get a solution.
Former Cabinet Secretary Aidan Abdullah Mohamed has been appointed the new Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority for a 3-year term starting May 18, 2026. The appointment was announced in a special Kenya Gazette notice signed by Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi. Aidan Mohamed now takes charge of the tax agency at a time when the government is seeking to boost the local revenue collection. At least 100 deaths have been reported in an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with more than 390 cases suspected. The head of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has said. Sean Kasenya has also lamented about the lack of medicines and vaccines to support countries affected by Ebola. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak an international emergency. The current strain of Ebola is caused by the Bundibugyo virus, for which there are no approved drugs or vaccines.
We need, in Africa, to start to say we must manufacture vaccines, medicines that we need, because we cannot on a daily basis, when we have an outbreak, to be on panic mode. Currently, I'm on panic mode. People are dying. I don't have medicines. I don't have vaccine to support countries. Yesterday, I called for a meeting of all partners. We have some candidate vaccine, some candidate medicine. We are pursuing this route. We hope that we can have something in the next coming weeks.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5.5 minutes past 6. My name is Mbuvi. A big shout out to MC Tonje checking in from Muhoroni. How are you doing, my brother? Hope everything is fantastic on your end. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in that beautiful county of Garissa. So I want to know who's tuned in, where you're tuned in from, how your weekend or how your day, has been. I feel like yesterday was a weekend because of whatever it is that happened. You remember? Kulikuanga na watu walisema hakuna kwenda kazini, and for sure kwa kweli watu hawakuenda kazini. Kuna wengine walisema lazima watakos chaos hapa na pale, and for sure chaos was caused. And then those who decided, you know what, we're just gonna chill, we're gonna make sure that everything is put in order. We're gonna be talking about that and much more. Something that also happened yesterday at I think it was the ministry offices, where CSOPO Wandai and stakeholders in the transport industry had what I would call a misunderstanding, or was it an agreement to disagree, or was it a disagreement that they agreed on? You know, whatever, however you decide to look at it, we also want to talk about that and much more. So why don't you find us on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE across all of them. On YouTube, we are currently live at Radio Generation Kenya. That's on YouTube as well. And ngapo kingine tunakwanga tukistreama Twitch pia, Radio Generation. Ukijisikia utupate papo hapo. Niko naye yule jamaa once na while mnamuitanga paka mzee, lakini yeye si paka na yeye si mzee. Siti Muga, habari ya asubuhi, uko namna gani?
Kaka mpendwa, niko mzima. Mimi ni mzee bro.
Wewe tu ni mzee, lakini wewe si mzee. Sijui kama tunaelewana.
Mimi ni mzee na wala mimi sio mzee.
Wewe ni mzee, lakini wewe si mzee. Hiyo ni methali yangu nimekupatia siku ya leo.
Umenipa methali? Asante.
Salamu zimfikie Louise Rodasingwa. Good morning. I believe she's watching all the way from the land of 1,000 hills.
Yes.
That is Rwanda.
Yes.
Danson Kenya. Good morning CTN Mbuvi. Well, Danson, good morning to you too. Amesema pia good morning fellow patriots. Douglas Kibogong, morning RG, my addicted channel. Well, thank you so much Douglas. Keep it locked all the way till the next, yani shikanisha 24 hours. Danson Kenya amesema good morning Louise and Douglas. Sasa hawa ndio wamefika kwa sasa. Wale wengine mko wapi? Wase wa Garissa mko wapi? Watu wa kule kunaitwa aje kule? Ile place tunapendanga kusalimiana pia. Seattle in the United States of America. Yesterday I dreamt I was in America, by the way. And the police were after me. But it's because I was watching a program called The Rookie. The Rookie is about this I think he's like 45 policeman who was recruited in the United States Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD. So the program is just about him and how he's running business as a police officer at 45. And I guess that's why yesterday I dreamt I was being pursued by the police in the US.
So ulikuwa unaangalia Luki?
Na karibu anishike. Hao makarao karibu anishike.
Lakini wewe ni nani? Mbio
bro.
Mbio.
Nilikuwa naruka kama Spider-Man, niko hapa niko pale kidogo naruka kama Batman.
Did you fly a bit?
No. But there are some dreams in which I actually do fly.
No, that's a good thing. I like that. Not bad. Sasa, when you start flying, organize that the flight is supersonic. Sasa kushikwa inakuwa ngumu.
Have you ever been in a dream city and you know you're dreaming?
Yes.
Okay. You're certain you know that this city Muga is in dreamland. Yes. The real city is actually sleeping.
Yes.
And you know exactly where you're sleeping.
Yes, and then the others, I have woken up in a conversation.
Yeah.
Because I thought I was actually in that situation.
Wait. You did what?
Woken up in a conversation.
You woke up and continued the conversation that you were having in your dream.
You woke up not to continue the conversation, then you start realizing.
Had you dozed off when people were, having a conversation, and then you woke up and then you continued? Or is it you were in dreamland, you wake up from your bed?
No, I was watching a movie and I was seated on my favorite chair.
Yeah.
And I dozed off. Nikaingia movie.
Hiyo ni shida wazee mnakuanga nayo. Si ndio? Because once in a while I have seen older folks doing the same. My parents, my aunties, my uncles.
I was just say watu ambao wako karibu na wewe na umri.
Yes. Mumezeeka mko na hiyo shida. Sometimes my mom will doze off akiwa kwa couch, alafu amke asema ati hapana nipatie. And I'm thinking nikupatie nini? My dad will do the same. So that's where I'm heading, eh? Yeah, this is a problem.
Let me tell you.
This is a problem.
This is how we stay sane. And you have no idea the joys of just nodding off when you're sitting on that chair. You have no idea.
Yeah.
Ubaya ni kwamba if you sit awkwardly,
yes,
the neck ache and the back ache you're likely to have. Because it's an awkward position near sleep.
Let me tell you, I never struggle to sleep on a couch or even when I'm driving. If I feel sleepy, naeka gari kando, back seat, and I sleep flat. If we are out at a cultural event and I've enjoyed enough uji and I start dozing like this, I'm not those kinds of people who will sleep at you on the counter.
Where's it thousand?
Bana sita ngangana. Ati niko hapo niko hivi. Kila mtu anaona ngangana. I'll just go to the car and sleep. If I come to your house and I'm struggling to sleep.
Mbia bro, mimi nataka kulala.
Nitakwambia ile spare bedroom iko wapi? Na kama wewe uko na bed sitter, hiyo bed yako tumekalia. Hapo ndipo nitalala. Sitakangi kungangana ile. Ati niko hapo zile. Hiyo sijui hiyo.
No, that's safe. That's very safe.
Hiyo ni kuteseka bure.
Yes.
You go sleep flat. That way you don't you don't hurt your back, and you actually get sufficient sleep, and then your body recovers from whatever it is that you suffering from. Kama ulikuwa umekunywa uji mingi, at least mwili inaamka tena, then now you're able to do your thing. Right?
Right on, man.
In 1780, something very unnatural happened. And I know you're wondering, what is this thing that happened? Well, an unnatural near total darkness descended upon the skies of New England and Eastern Canada. An event famously remembered as the New England's Dark Day, where people required candles to see at noon. Have you ever heard of this phenomenon? In 1780, an unnatural near total darkness descended upon the skies of New England and Eastern Canada, an event famously remembered as New England's Dark Day, where people required candles to see at noon. This is in 1780. Some 300 and something years ago.
Wewe ambao mtu amesoma science mingi. When the moon and the stars and the water views disagree and they align.
Yes.
Some equinox. Hii ni nini tulikuwa tuna experience?
Hii kama si eclipse, sijui ni nini.
Basi ndio nikwambia wewe unajua hizo.
Hii ya 1780 maybe walikuwa wanaita an unnatural, waliona eclipse for the first time. Na wakasema ni hivyo. Because the only other time something like this happened is that time when Jesus was crucified on the cross, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when walikuwa wanasema that darkness was so dark that you could literally hold it in your hands or something of the sort. How they could hold it and see it, I don't know. Yet it was dark. In 1804, Napoleon Bonaparte was proclaimed the Emperor of France by the French Senate. What? Napoleon Bonaparte in 1804 was declared, or rather was proclaimed, the Emperor of France by the French Senate. This guy did a lot of things during his lifetime.
Napoleon?
Mara he was exiled, Mara he escaped exile, Mara now he was proclaimed the emperor, Mara huyu jamani nini hakufanyanga? But what was he famous for really? Because others have been proclaimed before, others have, led armies. What was so special about Napoleon Bonaparte? What about this gentleman stands out?
Kuna kapita moja kalikuwa inaitwa Waterloo.
Waterloo.
From whence the term Waterloo inatokea. France na England. Nimetaja Waterloo.
Yes.
Kidogo nirudi nyuma.
Rudi nyuma.
France na England walikuwa wamezoeana sana. So every once in a while walikuwa wanapigana. Okay? Sasa Napoleon alikuwa shupavu sana. Walipopigana na England, he led them to many victories. Wakaona huyu jamaa ni jamaa fiti. Anaweza kuwa kiongozi wetu. This war was fought in 1815, okay? And it marked the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Why were they called the Napoleonic Wars? Kwa sababu brother, huyu ndugu na mambo yake ya vita zilikuwa vingi. People felt in those times that one of the things you need to do was to expand your territory. And it means unachukua wengine mnapiga unachukua ardhi. Yes.
Okay. So Waterloo is what makes him very famous, eh? Just like Shaka Zulu.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tupatie ile kitu ya leo inaitwa Methali City.
Hiyo bado tuko nini, lakini Waterloo muhimu. After a series of wins by Napoleon.
Yeah.
When he lost.
What he
lost.
Finally lost.
Yes, he was fighting in the Kingdom of Netherlands and Belgium. Waliungana pamoja wakamtwanga.
Wakamwonyesha ile kitu.
Mwambia kush hiyo.
Okay.
You've heard of the phrase somebody met his Waterloo. Yani baada after very many victories that you're accustomed to.
You finally lose.
Unakuta mahali watu wamesema
So ni kama ile methali ya siku za mwizi ni 40.
Basi siku ya ujamaa nafikiri ilifika 20.
Okay.
Ikaonekana kwamba ujamaa.
Okay.
Sawa.
Okay. Nimekupata.
Sawa. Tuko wapi? Ghana.
Right.
Two men in a burning house must not stop to argue.
Two men in a burning house.
Si ati iwe moto. Then unajua ile pesa yangu ndio yarudisha nani? Moto ndio ile pale.
Wait. Hebu rudia methali tena.
Very good. Two men in a burning house.
Yes.
Must not stop to argue.
In my head, this is what that meant. That even if the house is burning, just continue arguing.
No.
Yeah.
It means the opposite.
Yes. So they should whatever stop the
argument. Ndani ya nyumba tayari.
Nyumba inawaka moto. Ondoka.
Moto imewaka leo. Okay? Sasa nyinyi badala ya kukitoa bado mko pale mnajadiliana, mnakosoana, whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah.
You'll get burned, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Fire will burn you. That was a song sung by a group called Osibisa. Okay, bro. Kuna band in our youth, the 70s. Walikuwa naitwa Osibisa.
Osibisa ni wa country gani?
Osibisa ilikuwa ni mchanganyiko watu kutoka West Africa, the Caribbeans and so forth. Okay? Look it up, you'll find they sang some beautiful songs in their time. Osibisa.
So that song they sang was called what?
Fire will burn you.
Fire will burn you.
Yes.
Okay.
When I tell you they sang many songs. They sang very many songs.
But they sound like an awesome band nonetheless.
They were in our time, my friend. There's one we used to like singing. We are going, heaven knows where we are going. We know we will. That one.
Yeah.
People of my generation wakianza kuimba. Utafikiria walikuwa na mafundisho kwa choir. We sing it very heartily because it reminds us of very many wonderful days which are gone by. Yes.
Okay.
It is our time and age and province to remember our youth fondly. Yes.
Which is a good thing. I also remember my youth fondly.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is just about yesterday.
Kabisa jana tu.
Aya. Tuingie katika radiogeneration.co.ke where we check out all the trending stories, what has been making headlines in the last couple of hours, and perhaps what is currently making headlines that you do not know of. DCI reviews viral footage after Mazda CX-5 burnt during Thika road protests. This vehicle was burnt because ilisimamishwa. Cause zingine zilikuwa zinasimamishwa, zinapigishwa kona, zinaambiwa rudi nyumbani. Like for example, kuna gari moja ilikuwa na diplomatic plates on the same Thika road, ilisimamishwa, wakaiambia bro, rudi mahali umetoka. And the driver did that, and many others, pikipikis as well, and other private vehicles. But this one, Mazda CX-5, apparently venye walisimamisha dereva wa gari hii, walichungulia ndani ya gari wakona, ala, huyu jamaa kuna UDA fatigues, my friend. Hata hawakungojea, hawakumwambia rudi nyuma, walimwambia tu bro, shuka. Set the vehicle ablaze.
So the maandamano was about UDA?
No, this specific vehicle was allegedly, because the driver came out and gave ushuhuda. Akasema, he was interviewed by, I think it was Citizen. Akaulizwa, kwani what happened? Akasema, nilifika pale nikapata blockade. So these guys told me to go back. So I exited the vehicle. Now that was his mistake. He exited the vehicle to negotiate with them. Whatever negotiations he was going to have with them, I don't understand. Because the moment you meet these guys and they tell you go back.
Yes, go back.
Forget these negotiations. Unless it's an emergency where life or death is
imminent.
Lakini ati sijui ninaenda bank ku withdraw pesa, sijui ninaenda kupeleka watoto shule, bro, hiyo si emergency. Rudi tu. So when I exit kwanza kuongea nao, these guys became nosy. They realized, wase ngojeni kidogo. Kuna kitu ndani ya gari yenye haiko kwa hizo gari zingine. So he had, I think, kofia za UDA ama kofia moja ya UDA na ile scarf yao wanavaanga and perhaps a hoodie, because he said waliona nguo za UDA, so I'm assuming because hizo ndizo wanaonanga wakipatiwa, then they set the vehicle ablaze.
Gari ya UDA ilichomwa.
Gari yake ilichomwa. Hii si gari ya UDA, ni gari ya jamaa.
The reason why I'm saying gari ya UDA,
yeah,
walikuwa wachomi gari yake.
Walikuwa wanachoma UDA.
Yes.
Yeah.
The association with UDA ndio leta shida. Prior to the yellow being seen, they were chatting.
Yeah. And I believe also the wife gave a statement again to the press.
She was naka.
From what I understand, yes.
Tuendelee.
Akasema sasa tulisimamishwa, hii gari ikachomwa. Hii gari sasa of course I think mwenye aliongea kwanza ni bwana yake, because and then the guy has an accent, so he's either from Uganda, because I couldn't really tell the accent, like ilikuwa na sound ki Uganda hivi, perhaps even Rwandese hivi, but I'm not sure. But like even from his name, he was definitely not Kenyan. So he tried talking to the press. He was telling them that the people that stopped him did A, B, C, D, and then they decided to burn his car, and that was the end of whatever happened. Yeah, so the wife said, the lady said, I believe it's the wife, I'm not sure.
There was a lady who spoke on this subject matter, and this is what she said.
Akasema hivi bro, gari yake as much as iko na comprehensive insurance cover, haina ile ina cover riots. Yeah, choose, because you're given the option to choose from the comprehensive, because it won't cover everything, but if you would like it to cover everything, you utaongeza pesa zaidi,
including act of God.
So wana cover vitu kama
earthquakes, storm,
wana cover vitu kama fire, wana cover vitu kama you lost your vehicle and you can't explain how you lost it, carjacking pia hiyo iko. Lakini hii ya riots alisema yeye hakutik, because she never imagined she would find herself in a riot. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's a personal loss, but you see, this is the thing. The protesting against the fuel prices was a very legitimate protest.
Yes.
And it's the sort of protest that you can galvanize a lot of people around, because there is absolutely nobody in the country who will not be affected. Now, the degree will differ, but people will be affected. Now, people whose economic circumstances were already strained will feel this pinch a lot more.
Yes.
And suddenly, even the little that they thought was possible may suddenly now become out of reach.
Yeah.
But the moment cars are being burnt, the ethos of that entire purpose and movement is tainted.
Yeah.
What did this person do wrong?
He had UDA fatigues in his car.
Precisely. Now, our freedoms
allow us.
Yes, and they allow you to be tolerant of people with whom you differ. Yes. That's his choice.
Kuna lori huko Mau Summit Roni Road hiyo ujenzi ilichomwa. Hiyo hata mimi sikuelewa Sitimo nimechomwa. It is constructing a road that every Kenyan will use, whether you are UDA, Wiper, ODM, whatever affiliation, even if you're an independent, hiyo barabara utatumia.
Even if you don't like the people who are currently in government, when that road is constructed, you will use it.
Yeah, so mtu alichoma lori ambayo iko kwa ujenzi wa barabara hiyo. Yes.
This was a legitimate situation in which you could protest something that people can align with easily.
Yeah. Other than those two vehicles that were banned, I would like to commend Kenyans who, as much as they're in the streets, they were very calm. Walikuwa wanapatana na magari, wanaiambia bro. Pikipiki, wanaziambia, mari tumetoka tu bro, rudi. We made it very clear, we do not want you on the road, so can you just go back? That level of, considering what we have seen in the past.
Look at it this way.
Yeah.
The quotient we are using is the minimum mayhem that we witnessed.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, the stories would have been much worse. It would not have been a car, it would have been cars.
Yes.
It would have been a lorry, it would have been lorries, Matatus.
And the owners of those vehicles would have been really...
And the deaths. You heard of the lady on whom acid was poured.
Yes, and the other one for fuel.
Yes. What I have found with such situations, it's a mix of many things.
Yes.
There are individuals who may have had an issue with that particular individual. That's the opportunity they now use.
Yeah. To settle a score.
Yes. It has nothing to do with what's going on. Everything about those circumstances that are mentioned and everything that we see about those circumstances, it tells us one thing. That even when it comes to issues of demonstration, we are morphing into a situation where we understand that demonstration must only be demonstrations. A few rogue elements will exist, but these are the ones who must be pointed out to. Because from what I was being told by people who understand these things, that they're saying there are these Kenyans who live in leafy suburbs who do not feel the strain of what's going on.
Yeah.
So we want to visit them in the leafy suburbs. Now that equals hooliganism.
Yeah. You know, even as I was what is it called, driving home yesterday, city ilikuwa na drive at 20 kilometers per hour kusikuanga sure what is happening in the next corner. Nikiona hiyo kona iko sawa, nakimbia 70 kilometers per hour, nikikaribia kona nyingine naenda 15, nikichungulia hivi niko sawa, naenda 80.
Imagine you're doing 70, then you meet some 40 people ahead of you. Wait!
That is what happened some time back. Nimeenda tu hivi, then I just drove into them. I was like, here we are. Then I just lowered my windows. Kwambia, Wakenya mko namna gani, mko salama? Please may I pass? Wakanaangalia, Mung'ala Mbuvi. Wewe, wacha pite. Wacha uende. We. But you don't lack that one person that says, msanii bana sutunulie kitu leo.
Bala jo.
Hautakosa huyo.
Jo. No. Those ones. Wako.
Then 17 of them join. Manze jo msanii. That's when you're like, akiwa sesi nine. Sa lakini manze jo fiti strong. That was during Raila's maandamano.
Let me tell you, that Naivas where I told you I normally buy papers and shop, shut.
Yeah. Shut. Okay.
I came up, thought I would find quick mat.
Happy yo,
shut. But then again, consider those who are working.
Yeah.
If they had been working that shift ya usiku and transport was an issue, if they continued the whole day, who do you think was going to replace them? There was no transport.
By the way.
That's number one. Number two, we've learned that these places tend to get robbed.
That's the other, like the Ketia in, I think, I can't remember where it was. There's a Ketia supermarket yesterday that was robbed.
Yes, it is.
Kasema wasi.
Yes, maandamano.
Anyway. Kuna mjamaa alisema jana katika hii, after hii mambo yote ya jioni hivi, akasema ati Ruto akipata kura hata moja 2027 atatuambia ametoa wapi. And I was like, he has a family, they can actually vote for him. He has a constituency that he comes from, a ward that he comes from, and he has friends that will vote for him. But this guy was saying, huyo jamaa akipata kura hata moja 2027 atatuambia kura imetoka wapi. Because you're saying the whole country has literally just said no.
The whole country has said no to the fuel hikes.
Yeah.
But the conversation around fuel that is being had right now is not an honest conversation. Because the conversation is tagged to the Ruto must go narrative and the one-term narrative.
That's the thing.
So any discussion around fuel that seeks to ask the question, honestly, why is our fuel so priced?
Yeah.
It won't be had. The Ruto must go narrative takes precedence. 45% to 55% of the cost of fuel is in our taxes. Our taxes. We are the ones who have those taxes on the fuel.
Yeah.
All right? The issue about the cost of fuel, yes, it's high. It's among the highest in the region, but it is not the highest in the region. Countries like Malawi.
Wachana Malawi.
Bas, umenipata.
Wachana Malawi.
But you know, it's inland. I said, no, that's not the reason. Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, the fuel costs less than ours. They're inland. How is that so?
There was a time when Uhuru Kenyatta was the Minister of Finance, and he was also deputy prime minister. You remember that time?
I recall vividly.
And there was a similar crisis. Well, there was no Strait of Hormuz that was fighting on it, but he was blaming the high cost of fuel on global markets, international influence, and all that. So he came and said, first of all, there's a misunderstanding that apparently fuel levies and taxes amount to 50% of the current price at the pump. So he came and said that I need you to understand one thing. Maximum on those levies and taxes is 26. I think he said 26 point something percent. Then he said beyond that, is a wongo. Then he went ahead and announced new fuel prices that reflected the feelings of Kenyans at the time. Now, if we compare Uhuru Kenyatta, the finance minister, deputy prime minister, and our CSs currently, whether it's the finance one, treasury, or energy, the communication style is very different. They do not come out clearly to say, this is what is being said out there, this is the current situation, and this is what we are going to do.
Meaning, these are taxes.
Yeah.
Look at it. Kuna hii, kuna hii, kuna hii, kuna hii. EPRA can do that for you.
Uhuru alifanya hivyo your time. Akasema hivi ndivyo kuko wase. Dunia inasema hivi, lakini sasa sisi ndio tuwa cushion, tumetoa hii tax, tumetoa hii levy, tumetoa hii, tumefanya, and we have now come. And the country came down and people went back to normal business. And remember at the time rather, Raila was prime minister. Country ilitulia after that, na watu wakaendelea maisha yao. Unfortunately, we have said this time and again in this particular studio, shida ya gava ya Kenya Kwanza ni communication. Perhaps wanafaa kuja tuambie hii G2G yenye pia watu wako ndani ya serikali wanasema hii G2G hatuelewi. Parliamentarians who are also on the opposition side, they're saying hatuelewi G2G, and many other people who we consider experts in the field of petroleum and energy have come out to say, guys, this is the opportunity the government needs to come out and say, okay, Kalonzo, for example, has said he doesn't understand G2G. Now, this is what G2G is all about. And everyone else who says they do not understand G2G, this is what G2G is all about. But they're not doing that.
Bro, this story could actually get tired, but we must not tire.
Yeah.
Things that ought to be explained quite simply are never explained. So what happens is we then explain it to ourselves. You see, all these things we're talking about, pricing, blah, blah, blah. Forget Wandai. Forget Mbadi. Forget who else in the exchange. Forget Chirchir. Mbuga transport.
Right. Forget Lee Kinyanjui.
Forget all those people. This thing, EPRA. Regulating, pricing, EPRA. EPRA, come out and tell us and explain. Breakdown of everything that is a tax, levy, whatever it is that you call it, that goes to the government. Explain it to us so that we know. Pump price, the retailer, what is his margin? The wholesaler, what is their margin? And then tell us where to look for this information. We look for it, and then we'll say we have been told. Then we can now disagree knowledgeably.
Yeah.
Yes. We will say e-tax inaenda ngapi?
Hiyo toa.
Inaenda ngapi? Oh no, okay. Tuache hiyo. Hii mambo kutoa inaleta shida. Hii pesa mna collect inakuwa pesa ngapi?
Tuambie, for example, in the month of April, this is how much we collected as far as the fuel levy is concerned.
Tujue tu.
Yeah. Na hiyo pesa iliingia kwa
explain to us. Ilienda exchequer, whatever it is, just so that we understand. So moving forward, we know. So as we are talking, we know. Right now, we do not know.
Yeah.
We just know that some 47-45 shillings was added. It is a lot of money. Hiyo pesa ni mingi sana. Yes. So explain. You cannot increase price and not explain why you're increasing it, what it's for.
Yeah.
And it can't be one statement, Strait of Hormuz. It was Ukraine. Now it's Strait of Hormuz. What else you do it for? The volatility of the dollar versus the shilling.
Yeah.
That's an old story. Why is it so difficult to explain these things?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't get it. What is so difficult about all those leaders we have mentioned just coming out and saying, okay, guys, we just need to deliver on this particular issue. And then we have the spokespersons. We have Senator Mwaura, and we also have our friend Mudhuma.
Gabriel.
Wakuja tu watuambia hivi ndivyo kuko. Unajua wakishasema tu hivyo ni hivyo.
This was their job yesterday. And the day before it happened. And the day before that, when this was threatened, and the day before that, when we had rumors, this was their job. We didn't have to get to yesterday, and we did not have to get to today, because 2 days of this nature, we're losing money, man.
A lot of money.
There are people who live hand to mouth.
Uliona ule jamaa disagree na CS Wandai kwa presa.
Yule jamaa alikuwa anasimama nyuma ya Wandai.
Yeye alisema with all due respect.
Then akafungua.
He went on to disrespect. Well, he didn't disrespect, but
nikuulize.
But
kama hange preamble yene all due respect. I do you have an idea what he would have said instead? Hiyo ndio ilikuwa respect sasa.
Hey, I would fanya kitu inaitwa traffic. Sasa acha niwaambie tu kweli. When I was driving down Mombasa Road coming to work this morning, bro, this place was a ghost town. And from the look of things, it is still currently ghost town-ish. For example, on Ngong Road, where we usually have, spots of snail laps, nothing. Hiyo inakaa to green. Then tuende huku Ngong Forest, Southern Bypass, hiyo barabara yote iko fiti. Nywe Langata Road pia iko sawa. Wacha niangalie watu wa niko kusema Strait of Hormuz, nikakumbuka ni Strait of Magadi Road. Cause hii inakuanga indication ya traffic. Kiangai, this place is empty. Magadi Road is absolutely empty at this particular hour. Hakuna hata ka spot kamoja ka red. Unajua mali matatu huwa zinasimama ndio watu wapande. Nothing. Yeah. And then let me go to, where is this? Let me check out. Nimesema Southern Bypass iko fiti Haya, place ingine pia inakuanga na traffic ni Thika Super Highway. Thika Super Highway. Kwani Thika Super Highway lipanda? Haikupanda. Iko hapa. Mimi ndio sikuwa nimeiteremsha. Thika Super Highway pale Muthaiga Square. Hiyo place yote kawaida inakuanga red kutoka KCA University. It's currently green. Like completely green. And then maybe one stretch of yellow. But yeah, that's it. Kiambu Road also looking very clean at this particular hour. And then where is this? Pipeline Estate Road. Huko ni wapi? Side za GSU headquarters. Also that road is looking green. Outer Ring Road pia kuna hanga na traffic. Places kama kina Feather Estate, tena nini, Mutindwa, huko kwote kuko green. That means we're going to experience something similar to what we experienced yesterday. Yesterday, remember I told you Airport North Road had pockets of red and yellow. Today, it has absolutely not even a single stretch of yellow, just green. That means that the cars that are there currently moving. Eastern Bypass yote pia iko fiti, so watu wa Utawala, nini, Kamakis, Mihango, nyinyi hakuna mahali mnaenda leo. Kangundo Road also inahonga na traffic kawaida yake. Leo iko ngwing kama kinjani kimbichi, kumaanisha pia nyinyi hamko barabarani. Haya, sawa. Wacha tuangalie tu Mombasani kulikuwa kumetulia jana, hakukuanga na shida yoyote. Kwa hivyo hata leo nikiangalia kuna traffic pale Sheikh Abdullah, lakini ni kwa sababu ya hiyo upcoming junction ya B8 Road, yeah. Alafu kule Kengeliani Bell huko pia kuna nini? Kuna ka stretch kadogo ka yellow na kingine ka red. Traffic in Mombasa just looks kawaida by the way. Ronald Ngala Road pia iko hata hakuna gari by the way. Huku ni kama mtaki kuenda. But yes, everything else looks okay. Wembe tayari pia ukipatana pale Biashara Street, hiyo pia inashikamana kama Strait of Hormuz. Haile Selassie is currently grayed out, so that means that there is no traffic at this hour. But if you see something we need to know about, I'll let a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get down to business and check out what's happening on our dailies this particular morning. Tutaanza na hii gazeti chulikana. Tutaanza na hii gazeti leo inayojulikana kama People Daily. Acha niwaambie Kenya People Daily inasema. People Daily front page says fuel crisis, deaths, chaos amid state inaction. That's always on pages 2, 3, and 4. Opposition faces growing pressure as Ruto tightens election grip. Opposition faces growing pressure as Ruto tightens election grip. Okay, that is on page 10. Why Mbadi, Joho, and Oparanya are under pressure ahead of polls. Stories on page 6 as well, of the People Daily. How Kenya's leaders feast while citizens starve. And I told you I usually give a lift to one of our security guards. Nilikuwa nakuja naye akaniambia ati manzi, unajua sisi sasa, alikuwa anamaanisha sisi yani wale watu wadogo, sisi ndio tunaumia, alafu wale watu wakubwa akaniambia hawafeel chochote, hawafeel hata pinch. And by the way nikakuja kurealize kinyana nasema ni ukweli, kwa sababu mafuta ikifika 250 unapata the guys who will actually feel the pinch are the guys who live hand to mouth, because that means that there's somewhere they have got to tighten their belt. But these are the guys who get allowances and hefty perks will not feel that particular pressure just as much as the common one. Actually, I don't even think they feel the pressure at all. But these guys own supermarkets, these guys own petrol stations, these guys own big industries, factories and so on and so forth. So when operations stall, these guys actually can feel the heat.
They do. And there are people who work in these industries who are paid on a daily basis. So if it's shut down, there is no wage that day.
Yeah.
But remember also, what is bizarre is the very people who are economically or severely economically disadvantaged shop in the same place that these people who are not so economically disadvantaged shop.
Yeah.
There is no prize for those whose earnings is below 20,000. There is no shopping for those whose earnings is below 10,000.
Actually, wait a minute. There are shops that cater to those kind of folks.
No.
Let me tell you why I'm saying this. Because you will walk into a supermarket and probably buy cooking oil, ile 2 liters, 1 liter, 500 ml if you want. Kuna jamaa tena na 20 bob atapimiwa mafuta ya 20 bob. Jotafika pale apeane 20 bob yake. So they'll just calculate how much is a liter. If it's 100 bob, unataka how much? 20 bob. So they'll just give you
economy.
They'll give you the 200 grams or rather 200 milliliters worth of fuel. So it is there. Wewe unatumianga margarine ile ya a whole 1 kg. Yeye kuna mahali anaenda ananunua kale kadogo kale unanarua kasashe una squeeze. So kuna duka zinaketa to those folks.
The point is, even in these supermarkets that we speak of, the kadogo economy exists. You can buy a sachet of margarine in a supermarket. You can buy a sachet of coffee in a supermarket. What am I trying to say?
Yeah.
It is not as though they pay less simply because it has been broken down to in small quantities. In fact, the smaller quantities
are more expensive.
They give the people who manufacture more money than these 1 kilo, 2 kilo types. Okay, because that's now wholesale essentially. The point you make is a valid one, Paul.
Yeah.
In that there are outlets where you will be more comfortable because you'll be able to buy quantities that meet your daily needs. These have existed in retail shops that you found within estates where people lived.
Yeah.
And it was known. Kuna ile mafuta ya udo ya kupimwa na kitu.
Mimi nasikia kitu salad.
Salad oil ndio hiyo. Okay. So that economy has existed for a long time. Chumvi inapimwa unakiwa kwenye
I discovered juzi kwa hizi shops zetu ziko hapa nje.
Yes.
Kuna kasukari ka sachet.
Yes.
I didn't know.
Iko. Kuna chumvi ya sachet.
Kuna hiyo sikujua.
Kuna curry powder ya sachet. Ukitaka Royco unaweza kuluuziwa cube. It exists. The kadogo economy exists.
Ile mafuta kupima ile unawekewa hiyo salad, hiyo nayo nilijua. I've seen it so many times.
Yes.
But ya sukari, sorry.
You see,
sikujua.
There are people who understand these lines of business and they realize that this is what you do to ensure that somebody can buy something they will eat that day. They don't have storage capacity, so nothing will go wrong. These are the same people who, because they return from work in the evening, there are this string of people who are selling vegetables using koroboi or a lamp. Okay? Now, they will sell you wares that they bought at the wholesale market at around 2, when the wholesale market is thinking of closing at around 4.
Okay.
Because people haven't bought them. So they buy them cheap. When they bring them here, they're even cheaper. Because these are perishable goods. Okay? But there's a market for people who will buy those things, whether it is onions, whether it is tomatoes, whether it is cabbages. When you find a vegetable becoming yellow, people will buy it.
You're right.
Okay?
Sukuma wiki kianza kuwa yellow.
Yes. And so, there are places in this town, for 20 shillings, you will have a meal. And you can decide whether you're having fish, whether you're having beef, You can decide. Now,
bro, that thing idilistuanga one time. Deep in Mlolongo, they have those kinds of meats, eh?
Yes.
Where for 20 bob,
yes,
you will get the meat size, the size of this computer mouse.
Yes.
I was like, what?
Yes. These people buy whatever they buy from the abattoirs. The meat that you're being served, often when you remove and
the entrails,
yes, kuna entrails, kuna nyama inabaki kwa skin.
Bas.
Okay.
Even the skin itself ni nyama.
Ni nyama mzuri sana. There are parts of the leg where kuna msuli nini in between kuna tunyama.
Hiyo cartilage.
Yes. Now what they know, you boil that thing until the thing just drops on its own.
Yes. It becomes soft.
The meat is soft, but pia kuna kasup.
Yeah.
Okay? So kasup iko ukitaka na hiyo. Okay? Na unaweka na tear gas.
Pili you mean?
Yes. That's what they call it.
Yeah, ni tear gas.
Ni tear gas. Na tuchumvi. Then the ugali, you're given a very healthy portion.
Yes.
And vegetables. Some onions have crisscrossed with it. Some kitu. You will likely leave that place having eaten a very delightful meal.
Yes.
And the good thing
and it's very delicious.
Bro, they are never carried over. Ni siku hiyo, funga story,
done.
Kesho unaanza upya. Yes. Because those places, should somebody eat in a kibanda and there's something wrong with that food, that guy had better move to another place.
Yes.
Those people work very hard for their money. You're not going to give them something they don't want.
And by the contrary to what folks in Runda and Kituzuru might think,
Leafy suburb,
hiyo chakula inakuanga tamu.
I am telling you.
Na inakuanga healthy.
And then kuna mgongwazi. When people have removed fillet, otherwise known as fillet, ya samaki.
Filet.
Yes. Hiyo kitu inatumbukizwa kwa maji. Bro, they boil anything of the bone so a skeleton remains. A skeleton boiled again becomes soft. But let's leave the skeleton aside. This thing which remains, ukiwitisha samaki. Bro, there's a very healthy mix.
Nilikuja kujua, I think it's mbuta if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
People buy mbuta bones because they still have a lot of meat in them.
Yes. Bro, when it's boiled.
Na nena nakula na ugali na sukuma bwana na
let me
shiba.
Tell you, unategea kiti namna hii na unateuka, una feel dunia si mbaya vile.
Na unabuy uto two pieces 20 bob, 30 bob depending on the size.
They're not expensive.
Between 20 and 50 bob.
There's an entire economy that subsists off the things that some people think are a waste.
Yes.
In this country, nothing goes to waste. You want chicken? They remove the claws.
Yes.
The foot. That one.
The talon.
Foot here. When it is boiled properly.
Bro, that thing is delish.
And the aroma of chicken is there.
You know, I found out they eat mpaka the head.
What do you mean mpaka the head?
Hii kitu unakatanga unatupa. Hiyo kitu inachomea ina deep fry inatokeza inaekelewa pale na mtu anainunua 15 bob na ukichukulia jogoo ni 25 bob.
Yes. Bro, kiundwa soup. Tumacho tumetoka toka kwa nini soup. There is a whole array of cuisine.
I looked at that and I was like, wait, I think I've stepped into a different planet.
It is a completely different world.
Yes.
And my friend, those people don't suffer the way you think. Ugali, baba, kuna posho meal ambayo inasaga mahindi. Na utakuta ukuta kibanda imejaa. Hiyo ugali ameweka na mtama na muhogo. Bro, it has a certain taste.
Venye ugali na korogwa.
Bas.
Alafu inapikwa na makaa.
Na jamaa ambaye anapika hiyo ugali inabidi abaki na vest na anavaa face mask. Ile jasho huyu jamaa anatoka.
Sababu yani hilo jamaa, you can harvest water from his body.
Wacha nikuangalie the star.
Man.
That is the Kadogo economy, bro.
It is.
Back in the middle of the Star
newspaper.
Boost for traders and students amidst plans to build new markets. Modern markets, students, hostels, designed to improve livelihood, expand economic opportunities, and restore dignity to Kenyans. That's in the Star newspaper. Kalonzo's secret talks to secure opposition ticket for 2027. Well done, Kalonzo. Keep it up. Professor Boga's journey from coconut farms to Africa's agricultural powerhouse. Amisi Boga was our PS for agriculture for quite a while. He's a man who's very knowledgeable in this sphere. 1 trillion bailout mess exposes state firms' hidden debt crisis. Debt burdens cut across nearly every key sector of the economy. Okay. El Nino here from next month, scientists. You know what that means?
Yeah, floods.
This story we're talking about regarding Solai. Yeah. That's what it means.
Well, I hope we
Early
don't-
warning signs are there.
I hope we don't have a
Now,
repeat of Solai.
we are now waiting to see and hear what the preparedness of the government is going to be. We've been told. We know.
Inakuja.
We have been told.
We have been given a month's head start. Yeah, it's a month, yeah?
Yes, we know it's coming. Now, what are we doing? And it should be a blow-by-blow report because early warning signs are specific.
Yeah.
In this region, expect this. In this region, expect this. Now, we'd like to know the preparedness region by region. Yeah, tujue.
The Standard newspaper inasema total shutdown. The country was effectively on lockdown yesterday as Kenyans poured into the streets to protest soaring fuel prices. As chaos unfolded at home, President William Ruto's social media pages were awash with images of him in Baku, Azerbaijan, meeting dignitaries appearing detached from the unfolding crisis and the suffering of the very people who'd elected him, especially at such a moment of national strain. It was only in the evening that Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen held a press conference where he appeared like a deer caught in the headlights to blame opposition politicians for the unrest. The remarks as the central reality. Am I reading this thing right? The remarks as has become routine, leaned heavily on scapegoating with tribal undertones while sidestepping the central reality. Wananchi were on the streets because life has become unbearable under skyrocketing fuel prices, with the ripple effect crippling the economy. Yeah, so this affected security, businesses, education, transport, and the economy. So we all know that tumekuwa tukiongelelea for the last couple of minutes, but yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Ni kubaya.
Business Daily, bang in the middle of the paper, eyes on Ruto over fuel taxes as businesses count losses. Okay. Court freeze stalls Treasury's 244 billion windfall stake from Safaricom stake sale. Ile. Sio?
Yeah.
Court wamesema break. Uganda gets more powers in Kenya's pipeline operations. Makes sense. You are a major shareholder. Court upholds Coop bank manager over fraud linked dormant account. Yani dormant account hii, manager hii, unatumia hii, unashikwa hapa. Sasa then the law has now come in na mtu anabegin to realize kumbe hii law inafanyaga nini? Inafanyaga kazi. Na inaweza shika
kuna sheria.
Yes, then there is a story. This one is an interesting one, a play of words. To retire or retire. Retire with R-E-T-I-R-E and again R-E-T-Y-R-E. Unaweka tairi ama unaretire. Why there is need to rethink retirement age in Kenya? You retire at an age where you are told you should retire. You will die of starvation. Yes. You may even think you've saved money. Money makes sense when there's more coming in.
Yeah.
When it is stagnant.
Kidogo tricky. It's a problem.
Wait, about to say it down.
It's a problem.
Yes. Investors show renewed appetite for corporate bonds. Kenya, South Africa deals shield McKinsey from 180 million tax demand. Strike over high fuel prices paralyzes transport and business across Kenya. Safaricom gets a 25-year license, pays 16 billion fees for the 25 years license. Sasa hiyo. So your license ni ya mwaka sio?
Ya wamechukua 25 years.
Na amenipa 16 billion shillings. Unajua kama mtanipa 16 billion. Ndio kumpatia tu license.
Bali ndio wako wanyime hata kama ungelipa 5 years.
Unajua? You want to be sure 16 years gives you the leeway to be able to plan things that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to plan. Yes.
Okay. Can I check out the Daily Nation?
Go ahead.
In wanasema total paralysis again at transporters strike over rising fuel prices grinds the country to a halt. Alafu wanasema return of goons, death, injuries, violence and destruction as thugs take on police officers. Day of losses for traders and firms. Kenyans keep off work while looters invade premises. Learners in day schools told to remain at home to ensure their safety, missing vital lessons. And President convenes meeting of top state oil industry chiefs to seek a solution to transport crisis. Okay.
People Daily. Ruto announces fresh diplomatic push to strengthen trade ties with Serbia. Senator Karungu slams Ruto's government after EPRA reduces diesel prices by 10 shillings. Interesting, isn't it? 10 shillings. What?
Shilingi 10 tu.
Kwenta.
Petroli ya super petrol it remains unmoved, untouched.
Diesel remains moved. Alai urges Wandai to get professional communicators after chaotic live presser.
Hiyo ilikuanga mbaya.
No, but Wandai seems determined to put his foot in his mouth.
Every time.
Yes, I don't know why he has to comment on everything. Between his fights with members of the Odinga family, if it's not Winnie, it is Ruth. And then some statements he keeps making. You know, it is important that one seeks high office. It is important that one is ambitious. But why do you cut your feet even before the campaign has actually hit the road nicely?
Can I read a comment from one of our viewers here? Ndongo Wainaina on X amesema hustler economy was a hoax, a political lie. It was choreographed. It was a choreographed con game. Utapeli wa kisiasa. Hustlers have been betrayed, abandoned and crushed.
Right.
Kuna jamaa jana niliona kwa news akisema ati tumewekwa hivi upside down. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa inamaanisha bottom up, na tukatingishwa hivi kila kitu kikatoka kwa mifuko. So kichwa chini, miguu juu, afu katingishwa hivi. So everything you had in your pockets
down.
That is, according to him, that is the bottom up economy.
The beauty of social media is that you get a clear interpretation of the circumstances we live in from a diversity of individuals. And they are telling you where their pain points are and what they're seeing. And these must be taken seriously. Tim Kipchumba outlines fiscal impact of introducing more fuel subsidies. Let me just read a bit of it. Tim Kipchumba has highlighted the fiscal implications of a proposed 50 shillings per litre fuel subsidy, warning that it would require major budget adjustments at the national level. True. His remarks came amidst ongoing fuel prices, protests, transport disruptions, and debates on possible government interventions. You know, when we had COVID, one of the things that happened, you're talking about 2020, 2021 there.
Yeah.
President Uhuru introduced very many subsidies. Let me explain to you the net impact of this. One, everything stabilized. Two, whatever it is that the government managed to collect in terms of its revenue, that is what we're able to use.
Yes.
Subsidies do not have the effect that people shout loudly and say, oh, it will paralyze this. Actually, it doesn't. What it does, the moment something costs less, the likelihood of more people using it is greater. So if you're talking numbers, that is where you'll make your money. Yes. So even that subsidy, even if you've reduced it from 8 to 4%, you say, oh, we're losing 4%. Actually, no.
Yeah.
The reduction of a further 4% means more people can access it. We have very many Kenyans. If you double the number of users, don't you think that the money that you would have otherwise lost would have been made up again?
Yes.
In essence, if you look at it critically, you don't really lose money. Not really. No.
I want to read a comment here from Facebook. Abdikadir Korane Jr. amesema, good morning to Radio Generation. This is Abdikadir from Garissa. In Garissa, we are doing well, thanks to God. Looting supermarkets, burning businesses, and destroying property is not peaceful protests. It is pure thuggery and criminality. Kenyans have every right to protest against high fuel prices and the rising cost of living. But once people start stealing and setting places on fire,
that's it.
Yeah, the real message of the demonstrations is destroyed. Innocent business owners and workers end up suffering while criminals take advantage of the chaos. Politics should never cost anyone their life. Kenya is a democracy and everyone has the constitutional right to support any leader or political side peacefully. Violence, threats, and attacks over political differences must be condemned by all. Rest in peace, Rachel Wandeto. And I agree with you, Abdikadir Korane Jr., that indeed, the moment we start violent protest, then it is no longer a protest. But let's also ask ourselves, ni nani mwenye nafanyanga yo violence? Kwa sababu mimi ninajua watu wengi sana wenye wanaweza amua na tuna having easy conversations with people on the ground, wanasema bana ni kubaya, bana things are thick, bana one time, oh what, you know, and at the end of the day, when they go to the streets, as we call it, they are going to protest that particular situation. They're not going to ban vehicles, but there are people who are specifically sent,
yes,
to cause that chaos, kill people, steal from supermarkets, ban vehicles, so that something else can happen after that.
Meaning, the Deputy President has said something similar when he says he's claiming linking government to fuel hike amounts to incitement. Actually, Deputy President, that is nonsense. The government hiked the prices. For heaven's sake, who else hiked the prices?
It is the government.
So who else should we point fingers at?
The
you
government.
can break it down to IPRA. I mean, if you're misunderstood, say you've been misunderstood. But you can't say that amounts to incitement. No. You are the one who is now inciting if what is being quoted in the People Daily is true.
And you know, when people have shown dissatisfaction, displeasure, the very least you should do is come and say, guys, I understand you, I feel you, we are working towards a solution. That at the very least should happen.
I'm in full agreement with you. And why I have a problem with some of these things is you say something that amounts to inciting people and you don't see what you're doing.
Kuna mtu jana wa au tuliita stakeholders wa transport sector walikuja wakasema, okay, tuliambiwa G2G inafaa kustabilize fuel prices. Tukaambiwa pia G2G itatupatia mafuta safi. Lakini hii G2G imeenda wapi wakati hii mafuta inapanda venye inapanda?
Trace it back to the issue we had with this fuel we are being told is adulterated. What really happened there? It's unclear. It's very unclear.
And you know, when ordinary Kenyans start thinking like that, CT, you see tumekuja ukaambiwa tina industry expert.
No. Wanapiga sababu wenyewe.
At some chemist somewhere who came and told you, according to chemistry. Hii ni Mkenya wa kawaida. Msee wa boda anakuja na kuambia wase ngojeni kidogo. Tusikizane kidogo hapa hivi. Tuliambiwa kuna G2G yenye inatusaidia kufanya hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Inafaa kustabilize mafuta, inafaa kustabilize dola. Lakini ukiangalia hii kitu tena, gavana inatuambia imeendea mafuta chafu. Kwani hii G2G imeenda wapi?
You see, when the Deputy President is quoted as having saying that when you blame the government, it amounts to incitement and misinformation. Actually, no. This is an opportunity for you to engage the public. And say, folks, let us explain to you what the G2G is.
And explain.
Let us explain to you why this thing is this way. Explain. But the moment you make bold, broad statements and you lump it down to incitement, what are you doing? You're threatening us. You're telling the public that anything you say that points a finger at the government is incitement. You know the next thing they're going to say? It's treason.
Let's get into that thing we call news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, the conversation on fuel continues.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has denied claims that the International Monetary Fund influenced the recent increase in fuel prices in Kenya. Mbadi said reducing value-added tax on fuel or using the Fuel Stabilization Fund will go against IMF recommendations, which encourage governments to increase local revenue collection.
You know, the space available for us is so limited. It is about the taxes. It's about VAT. It's about other taxes. So, but we have to weigh those options vis-a-vis. I don't want to give Kenyans so much hope. Yet I know very well that there are consequences also. If, for example, we lower VAT to 0, what are the consequences? You are going to lose more revenue. If you lose that more revenue, are we going to be able to implement our budget?
Yesterday's nationwide Matatus strike over high fuel prices has continued to attract political reactions, with GEM Member of Parliament Elisha Odhiambo calling for the urgent recall of Parliament to review fuel taxes. Speaking on Monday as commuters faced major transport disruptions, Odhiambo criticized the strike by public transport operators, saying Parliament should instead be engaged to address the fuel crisis. He argued that lawmakers were responsible for passing the tax laws that contributed to the rising fuel prices and cost of living. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has blamed political incitement for Monday's protests across the country. Kindiki said fuel prices could have risen to as high as 400 shillings per litre had the government not intervened to caution Kenyans from the global fuel crisis. He also condemned the deaths, injuries and destruction of property witnessed during the demonstrations held in different parts of the country.
Kufunga barabara ambaye iko na ambulance inapeleka mgonjwa mahututi hospitali. Huyo mgonjwa akikufa hapo barabarani, laana iko na wewe. Si ni kweli? Kwa sababu huyu mtu mgonjwa hana hatia. Yeye sio mfanyikazi wa serikali, sio kama deputy president. Mimi mkinifungia barabara ni sawa. Lakini huwezi fungia ambulance inapeleka mtu ako katika hali mahututi hospitali ati ndio bei ya petroli ishuke.
President William Ruto has renewed calls for affordable loans and financing for African countries, saying the current global financial system continues to disadvantage developing nations. Speaking in Baku, Azerbaijan during the World Urban Forum, Ruto also defended Kenya's affordable housing program, saying more than 273,000 housing units are currently under construction. Meanwhile, UN Habitat Executive Director Anna Claudia Rosbach urged developed countries to help African nations build systems to address the growing housing crisis across the continent.
In the last 3 years, we are building 273,000 housing units. 8,000 keys have been handed over. 55,000 keys will be handed over before the end of this year. And we have a pipeline of 700,000 housing units. I can say with confidence that today in Kenya, we have the largest housing program in the continent of Africa.
US President Donald Trump says he has postponed a planned military attack on Iran after requests from leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Trump said serious negotiations are now underway and expressed confidence that a deal accepted to the United States could be reached. He also insisted that any agreement must ensure that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. Salamu ziwafikie the following folks who've been here with us since 6 a.m. The real AC, how are you doing? You're saying good morning. I am really embarrassed by what is going on in Kenya with the protest. There is total failure in law enforcement. These things can't happen here in the USA because you will be arrested. But mimi niliona protests Minnesota na kwanza zingine zilikuwa mbaya sana.
These fellows are far more violent protests than we do. If you look at the Los Angeles protests, okay?
Yes.
Black Lives Matter protests. We have had no such protests in this country.
Na kuna zile zingine watu wali-invade Capitol Hill wakati
wakafanya vituko.
Joe Biden. Yeah, actually wakati Joe Biden alishinda urais. Niliona vituko.
And then what about the protests in France? Now, you know France, farmers are protesting. They drive those huge tractors into town. Yeah, and they dump everything and nothing moves. Those fellows are creative.
Yeah.
So they think is this one's of ours. Place like the Netherlands, they confront the police directly.
Live.
It is, you can see.
Mnadhani wajaluo wanarusha mawe. Watu wanarusha mawe.
Kuna watu wanatoka pale na flying kick.
Also, I saw in Britain there were also some very violent protests as well. So this thing is no longer unique to Africa.
Hii yetu watu wanavaa sufuria, wanapiga kelele kidogo,
mnarushwa tear gas kidogo.
The more enterprising ones, klabu kubwa kishapita, wanaingia kwa duka ya Wakenya, wanapora, wanaenda zao. So their contribution to the demonstration is finished.
Yes.
Then the others who feel that it is important that you stone cars.
Right.
It's a demonstration of your commitment to being a citizen and a patriot of Kenya. Our protest compared to the others in other countries is mild.
Bwana. Haya, nilikuja kujua wazungu pia can be very destructive with the world.
Jamaa sasa wanaweza kuwa manoki kweli.
Yes. Gilbert Wadongo amesema today my first time to say good morning. Well, Gilbert,
welcome you
too. Alawi Abdul amesema morning RG. Bruce Lee, good morning guys. Bado strike iko. Bruce Lee hatujui kama bado iko. Tutaconfirm by 8 o'clock kama bado iko. Alafu John Ngoge amesema tune in from Nakuru. If someone tells you with all due respect, it means to atishe bangi. What you have said is nonsense, achofala. All that and more is with all due respect. Pia Wandai. Eric Ninda anasema morning guys, kindly define these terms for me. Strike, protest and demonstrations. Matatu guys call for a strike, but whatever unfolded, your guess is as good as mine. Simon anasema Mbadi and Opio were very noisy. Ruto trapped them. Now they are being told to sort out the mess created by Ruto while he and his kinsmen are relaxing and laughing. It was a fix and they didn't know. Real SM public transport is usually a government-run service, not a for-profit enterprise. This is how they remain cheap. All major cities in the USA have their own metro transit authority run by the city government. Nani sijasoma yake. Ashton Ventures amesema mkuki ulikuwa mtamu kwa Uhuru lakini mkali kwa serikali ya Ruto. Victor Lesesuyan, our government is broke. The debt is destroying this country slowly. Is our government broke?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Now, there are very many more comments. Let me take a few minutes to read them later because nikisoma tutafika 7:30 tukisoma salams. But keep on sending them. I'll definitely sample them as we move on. In this particular hour, just like I said, we want to continue the conversation on fuel, and we want to focus on what Kenya can do to reduce dependence on foreign fuel and improve energy security. So with us is the policy officer at Afrodad, Catherine Methia. Catherine, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much, Mbuvi and City, for having me here.
All right. Before we go any further, City will give you a methali, a proverb, to this particular week. We are in which country again? Ghana. Yes, we're in Ghana, right?
The Republic of Ghana.
Ah, right.
Formerly known as the Gold Coast.
Nice. Cheza kama wewe City.
Right. Hey, two men in a burning house must not stop to argue. Wajua hii moto bwana, wajua ilianzishwa na ile jiko pale. Si jiko bwana, ilikuwa stima. And the fire is burning. The next thing you know, you'll be on fire. And that discussion, you'll start asking yourself, why didn't you leave the house first? And then discuss, what do you think?
Well, I think it goes in hand with the proverb of fahali wawili wakipigana nyasi ndo inaumia.
Wahenga
waliponena
chambilecho wahenga.
So I think it goes hand in hand, where instead of looking for solutions, if you argue, then you entirely burn everything down, literally. So I think Ghana and Kenya, we do share some of wisdom.
Catherine, I had not looked at it that way. Do you know how right you are? Because here we have a fuel crisis, because it is a problem.
Yes.
Are we really discussing the problem of fuel? No. You just listen to the conversation. I was listening yesterday, I was listening today, and I'm saying, we're not discussing fuel, are we?
No.
We're discussing everything else. Somebody who had acid poured on them, somebody's car who was burnt, people who are turned back. We're not discussing fuel. So what are we discussing?
We are discussing politics, unfortunately, and we are using all these fuel prices and anything else to ensure that politics is center stage. Yeah.
You see,
that's where we are. Catherine, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
Probably you can just give us an overview of what AfroDad is all about.
Yes, so AfroDad, that's the acronym, but in full it's African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. It's a Pan-African organization, actually based in Zimbabwe, but have offices here in Kenya and Cameroon. And we mostly deal with research and advocacy on sovereign debt management, focusing on African countries, so supporting governments on debt management, debt contraction, on issues of debt restructuring. We provide that policy
Service,
influence, to advise governments on how to better manage their debt.
Yes.
And we work at national, regional, and continental levels as part of our advocacy work.
Okay.
Yeah.
How can Kenya better manage its debt? Because we are borrowing every other day. We are collecting less money than we are borrowing. We are unable to keep up with salaries and so on and so forth. Counties are complaining they haven't received their monies. Education sector capitation is a problem. We can't even buy textbooks. I mean, every day we wake up, there's a headline that just points to how we are making money, how we are spending it, and just how much money we have borrowed. How can Kenya manage its debt?
Yeah, so Kenya definitely, it has a budget deficit challenge. It has, over the last 10 years or so, not been able to sustain its revenue targets, and this has always made it have to borrow to fill up the fiscal gap to service its government requirements.
Yeah.
So with that, first of all, we're not able to service or reach its revenue targets. Usually, borrowing is the next step for governments. But the challenge with Kenyan government is that sometimes the projections do not go in hand with the budget requirements. So you have over targets in terms of the budget's requirements, and when it comes to the real revenue collection, it always finds itself with deficits. So people have actually spoke about why can't the Kenyan government run a balanced budget, where you have what you need to spend on with the money that you can be able to raise.
Yeah.
But that has always not been the case. But Kenya does have very robust public financial management system. Yeah. The challenge is, like we are trying to unravel here, is on the political side, where governments are not able to maintain its policies towards debt management. So, for example, you're not supposed to borrow beyond a certain percentage of the debt ceiling. We do have a debt ceiling.
Which is what, 30%?
No, we have a debt ceiling of about 10 trillion, but that was actually surpassed about 2 or 3 years ago. And this continues to increase, and that's why you have a debt of 12 trillion currently. Also, our debt to GDP ratio continues to be unsustainably high. According to the constitution, you're supposed to have at 55% debt to GDP ratio.
Okay.
But currently we're at above 70%. So it means we are continuously breaking the legal requirements of our debt management frameworks. And it's very much understandable, because the fiscal gap that we have is putting pressure to government to sustain its government expenditure or needs. So I think that's the challenge. And we've always heard about why can government reduce its, wages or its staff, all that kind of proposals. But I think, as we've even currently seen, that even the cost of borrowing continues to be high.
Yes.
Which is now even contributing to the high debt servicing cost for the government. So every time the government borrows currently, it's at high interest rates. Like, for example, if it's a Eurobond, African countries borrow at least 2 to 4% higher
than other
global north countries.
Why is that?
Well, there's different ways to look at it. First is the credit rating system. that we do have, or biased in the goodies
Moody and company.
and companies. So that's part of it. But also with the recent economic shocks that we've seen now with the oil shocks, COVID-19, the Ukraine-Russia war.
Would you like to swallow some water?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay.
That has actually contributed to the interest rates and the cost of borrowing for many African countries, Kenya notwithstanding.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
When we talk finance, economics, and all these things, it sounds very good and nice to the years. We're talking debt to GDP ratio, talking about ratings and so forth. When we borrow, don't we understand that all these things are in play?
We do?
Yes. When we say, for instance, borrow, we are told we're what, a middle income country?
Yes, low middle income country.
Low middle
income country.
Which means we're still poor.
We are trying to work our
Slightly
way up.
not as poor as we were before.
Yes.
Now, who decides this?
Well, the criteria for that has been mostly governed by the current international financial system, which is advised by international financial institutions like the IMF and World Bank, which categorize some of these governments potential, for example, to raise revenue, economic growth. So it is that financial system, global international financial system, that categorizes, yes.
So in essence, they're telling us
we
are not so poor as to want to borrow or take advantage of these concessional loans, that some of the things that we did over time, we should be able to sort out certain things for ourselves. Is that what they're telling us?
Well, we can look at it in that way, but there's also the structural underlying problems of that system, right? If you look at historically, how the international financial system has operated, we have been put as net importers and not exporters. We are the global north countries extract resources from our countries, and they use that for their development, right? So this system has perpetuated a debt dependency process, right, where we continue, like you're saying, to be categorized as low income because we are dependent, right, on their revenue, foreign exchange revenues to support our trade, right? So I think it is a structural system that has put us in those certification or classifications.
Yes, if I remember my economics, we evolved from the barter system, where it was exchange of goods for goods, to this system where now, and then we move on to some gold system, then some silver, God knows what other system. But the onus is actually on us to determine how we relate to these systems, because we understand the systems. We understand how it operates. We understand the terms and conditions on which they'll give us money. But what I often find puzzling, Catherine, is there are countries who will lend us money on concessional terms, but we never seem to go to these people.
Okay, so if you look at the late 2000, or even let's start with the 1980s, right, where most African countries, Kenya not excluded, were experiencing the first debt crisis. At that time, they were receiving concessional loans, mostly from global north countries on bilateral terms, right? So government-to-government lending. And that was mostly to support them through the debt crisis that was happening as a result of the oil shocks of the 1970s.
Which brought about something we did not call it inflation.
And then it brought the structural adjustment programs. And slowly, African countries began to integrate in that system that we are calling. Whereas coming out to the 2000, we received debt relief, where some countries actually received debt cancellation. And then we went to now markets having to borrow on international terms. then the concessional aspect of our borrowing slowly started to decline, right? That's when you started to see the Eurobonds phase and popularity in countries like Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, and therefore the concessional aspect of lending slowly has been declining, and now we are more on non-concessional with commercial creditors and private creditors, and that has now even is contributing to a lot of our debt burdens. So whilst we understand the concessional aspect, even with international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, it still has some, even if it's 0%, it's still a loan that you have to pay.
Yes.
At the end of the day.
Yes.
So we couple that with the debt portfolio of many African countries now going on the more non-concessional aspect. It means that debt servicing is becoming more and more costly for governments.
It is costly, but because when you consider that a country like Kenya even went into commercial borrowing, and you're borrowing it on a dollar-denominated terms. So the slightest shift in that balance simply implies that even the interest that you propose to pay becomes untenable.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's where you're seeing the government of Kenya in the recent years engaging these refinancing sort of models, where they have to borrow to repay upcoming payments.
Yes.
Whilst it's not sustainable because it brings with it other challenges, like we've seen increase of taxes, over the couple of last years. That's the problem. The more economic shocks we continue to experience, the more interest rates continue to go up, and the more debt servicing we are going to see. Yes.
I'm in full agreement, because if you look at it, especially if you borrow from the Bretton Woods type institutions, they will insist that we must show a certain robust manner in which we are collecting taxes, for instance.
Exactly.
Would you therefore say that what we're currently experiencing with this fuel hike may have some relation with what we're discussing?
It very much has a connection.
Yes.
Because government is under pressure to collect as much revenue or taxes to repay its debt, and it's going to look at all possible avenues to get that revenue in all manner of speaking. So if it's within the price hikes, I'm not saying it's the best approach, but the government is feeling the pressure for sure, and it's looking at all means to raise revenue and service its debt for sure.
When a common mwananchi is broke and they're in debt, there are certain measures they take, austerity measures, So if you were living in a house worth 20,000, unatafuta ya 10, ama ya 5, ama unaenda ushago, so that you can get rid of that particular rent, right?
Unatoa rent kabisa.
Unatoa rent kabisa. So that
unaenda ushago.
Unaenda ushago.
The house at home, you don't pay rent.
No.
Mimi nimerudi ushago.
If you have a house at home.
Mimi nimerudi ushago before. So unarudi ushago, una eliminate mambo ya rent, una eliminate mambo ya maji, una eliminate mambo ya stima. You eat the subsistence food you have in the shamba, kuna sukuma huko, kuna nyanya. So you will take care of a lot of stresses and expenses, What is the version of that for a government where we go back to some kind of setting where things are a little bit cheap, so we tighten that belt? Because I even remember during COVID-19 we were told, guys, you need to adjust, and many Kenyans adjusted. Watu walienda kwanza, ndio wakati I think majority of Kenyans went to Shago.
True.
And some of them have never come back to the city because they realized, kumbe ushago si mbaya vile tunafikiria. So now, what is the version of that for Kenya? How can we tighten our belt?
I mean, there's always been the proposal that, rather, I not want to call it accusation, but government is running a bloated
wage bill.
Yes. So that could be one of the things the government has to look at, right? We've had issues of ghost workers. I'm surprised that government is currently actually hiring in the middle of all this. Whilst the economy, benefits from employment, right? Because it brings circulation of money back into the economy. But given the current circumstances, the government should not be, employing more, because it increases servicing
that wage bill.
Yes. So that is one of the ways the government could look, and it's the most practical, easy way the government could start looking at that. It's sometimes very difficult because that means jobs, like it's your mom, it's your auntie, it's your cousin losing a job, which is a source of livelihood for them. It might not be a lot, but it's something for them being a government employee. But it's something that the government has to really consider as part of that. The other thing is how it goes about its borrowing, since we are talking about debt. We've seen like currently majority of Kenya's debt now is going to be serviced through domestic borrowing, and it's being borrowed at very high interest rates. That is going to still increase the debt servicing pressure of the government over the couple of years. And actually, we've been doing research as Aphrodite to sort of investigate this trend. And it's really becoming, that is so because of the high interest rate from the international markets. It's not sustainable.
Okay.
But also internally, it's the interest rates are double digits, right? So it's not a better alternative. So I think for government, it's really to run a balanced budget, run the government with what you can be able to raise. I think the control of budget has done a very good job trying to really push for this or advocate for this as part of a solution. But the other challenge is we've seen complete contraventions of public financial management rules or laws, because once the budget is passed, you usually see almost immediately supplementary budgets, and this is where the costs, inflated costs, come in, because where is this money coming from? We have to borrow to take care of the supplementary estimates, because they were not there initially. So I think also government has to really rein itself within the PFM Act or PFM laws that are there, so that it continues to provide services for the government, but reduce its need to continue borrowing. Yeah.
Because I remember at one point, I really can't remember which minister. I remember there's a time Uhuru alisema tuache kutumia the limousines, tuanze kutumia cheaper cars that consume less fuel. That is something I was expecting to see from this government. Unfortunately, we are seeing more international trips, more international conferences. We are hosting folks here we can't afford.
Even the per diems, I think they've sort of
increased.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Then let's not forget the fact that our even our counties are really spending money venye haifai kuspendiwa. And I'm asking myself, if the common mwananchi can stop eating at a restaurant and start cooking his own meals, reduce the number. We consider meat here very a luxury. Anaacha kula nyama daily, anakula nyama on weekends pekee, ama saa zingine just once a month.
Yes.
We are not seeing that from government. If anything, government is telling us muvumilie, mutighten your belts, but we are looking at them. So, is it because some of these things that we're seeing are necessary? These empowerment programs that they keep on doing in every county, is it because they are really necessary? Ama mimi ndio naelewa hii kitu vibaya?
I think there should be a real look at the spirit of which the Constitution was designed. I think there's been a lot of either misinterpretation or abuse of the rights that the new constitution brought. And even with the county level, we have seen, for example, county governments are supposed to raise revenues as part of their mandate.
Yes.
But they continue to rely on the national government to support a lot of its operations.
Yes.
So it contravenes the spirit of which counties were supposed to operate in. And I think there needs to be a relook at the constitution in that regard. I think, again, like you're saying, there needs to be a rationalization completely of where the cuts need to be done.
Yeah.
It's about time. it might not be easy, but I think when, for example, Mwai Kibaki came in,
Yes.
I think he took it upon himself, for example, like with the debt. He had bilateral negotiations with a lot of countries to sort of start repaying the debts slowly, but in a sustainable way.
So they restructured those particular payments.
Those debts, So it is very much possible as long as you have the leadership that is very keen in addressing the debt burdens, but also cushioning its citizens from this continuous increases in taxes
and levies
and all that. And research has shown that you cannot tax your way out of debt, literally. Especially with the current international financial system that we are in. It is the fallacy that is there, but it has never solved the challenge. So I think governments need to have that rationalization and great leadership to really address first the debt challenge, but also relook at the constitution to see where gaps continue to exist and have brought us to this current place.
Is it possible to stop our dependence on fuel that is coming from outside, from Saudi, from I don't know, those places where we buy fuel? Because naona sasa president wetu ameanza kunegotiate na Azerbaijan.
Currently, I would say we are not there yet because we are fully we are oil importers.
Yes.
So, and we don't have any strategic reserves to hold us over for long periods of time when we experience global shocks or global oil shocks or any other type of shocks that cause fuel changes or oil price changes. So we are a long way from that. But I think I've seen government currently considering building strategic reserves, especially in Mombasa. That could be a very important way to really address the current situation. I've also, with the Nigeria, the Dangote, I think there's real opportunity there. I think there was a summit recently where there was agreement of sorts between Kenya and Uganda will build petroleum
in Tanga.
The
one President Samia said, I didn't know nothing about.
Yes.
But that is a bit more complicated than it actually sounds.
It is complicated, but I think we should also look regionally in how we can build our reserves also. Not always depend on international fuel.
Someone was telling us here, alikuwa ameketi kwa hiyo kitu meketi tu. And akatuambia that there's something you said about the global structure of how things are done. And he was, in very many words, what he said was that the way the globe is structured, it would be difficult for the world to allow us to build our own refinery, because that would mean that we would stop depending on them. And that is why perhaps that might be an impossibility, or at the very least, something that is not going to happen in the foreseeable future. I don't know if you agree with those sentiments.
Well, it's very much, it's true. It's true because, and whoever he was.
It's actually, he's called Ramogi.
Yeah. He hit the nail on the head, because that has been the challenge with African countries trying to
cut that umbilical cord with the colonial masters.
Yes, and in Africa we want to call, we have this slogan: we are rule makers, not rule takers. And it's going to take time, that is for sure. But where there's opportunity, for example in Dangote, we should support that initiative. We should come out in strong numbers. We call it the African Union, the common position, have common positions of Africans. We are saying this is what we want as a regional approach to our oil challenges. And it's very much possible. It just needs that unity, which sometimes it lacks within the continent, but it is very much possible. And as the structural changes or structural hindrances, it started because there was that communal, thinking with these global north countries. They had an agenda, economic, for trade, and they had to work together to achieve that. So what is stopping us to doing the same?
What is stopping us
Yeah.
is not even these foreign countries. It is the business entities within their countries. The discussion about oil, the transportation of it, the refineries, all that was part and parcel of what we consider as LAPSET. The key player was a French oil company called Total. There is oil in Uganda, similar to ours in Turkana, what you call heavy crude. Total were opposed to the building of a refinery. Tanker comes in as something that has been brokered and which finds ease in the business that we're talking about for one simple reason. When you talk about oil in East Africa, it is not Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. It's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, DRC. Okay? So you want to find a place where, despite all the arguments, it may be agreeable. But we heard it being said that Dangote said Mombasa would be a better place. Remember, Tanga had an EPZ before we had ours. There was a plan for an EPZ in Tanga before this one of ours that we have. And within that EPZ, there were some 300 acres that were designated for a refinery. So a plan existed. So the president may have jumped the gun, but he was not talking about something that does not exist. Okay? And they do have a port. But the Mombasa port is much more developed. It has deep waters. And there are very many other things that bring about economic benefits to a venture such as that. The Western countries are often driven in directions that their commercial entities want, not what the government wants. That's why they have lobby groups. These lobby groups are the ones who put pressure on the politicians to make decisions that favor them. They can do so because they're also big taxpayers for the country. And the big taxes is what makes their governments move. So when I say it's complicated, it's intertwined.
True.
But finding, for instance, you're talking about an EPZ. Tanzania has natural gas. Same strain of gas that you find in Mozambique, making it probably the biggest producer of natural gas. That same gas is proposed to be piped into the Kenyan EPZ. Natural gas is cheap.
It is.
So if that natural gas comes in, they're not planning for cooking only. No, they're saying this is what you can use to even power this EPZ.
Yeah.
So again, it makes power cheaper. Currently, if we compare our power production consumption and the cost to Egypt is 6 times cheaper than ours. So if somebody wants to do business, where do you think they're going to go? I'm simply saying, when you have an entity like Afrodad, they make it easier for us to understand why certain decisions are made in Kenya, because it's not just Kenya, it's how that decision will now relate to other countries that we do business with, and other countries on this continent, and with whom we can derive benefit even into the future if we can't see it now. So it's when I say it's a complex situation, it is extremely doable, but the complexity of it is made it even more complex when you look at the government that you have and how it is they actually meld into this idea. And you ask yourself, do they favor this idea? Because if they do, they are setting in place a certainty about the future of the country, because the more we trade among ourselves, the more we benefit, and the stronger our economies grow. Because that money just stays within our region. Yes.
It's true. I'm just looking at a map of Nairobi right now, checking if there's any change in traffic. It looks like it was as empty as it was yesterday. Pangani, for instance, the place where we would expect some traffic, hakuna. That can stretch all the way from KCA University. So nilikuwa naangalia kama watu wamekwama mahali, but I can see watu hawasongi. I mean hawako kwa barabara pole. Ni kumaanisha hawajaingia. Lang'ata Road pia naangalia iko tu sawa. Traffic is moving normally because as you can see it's all green. I'm looking at places like Westlands, Wayakiwe, uko sehemu za ABC Place. It's looking kawaida. That means I was expecting traffic rather. So this is not kawaida, right? I was expecting to see red lines all over. But all I can see is green. Ini kumaanisha watu bado wadengia. Sasa ngapi kwani? 7:44. Tutaangalia tena at around 8:30 hivi. You know, these austerity measures that we keep on hearing about, people are, and I'm sure you've had these conversations online where people are comparing fuel prices in Kenya and Uganda, Tanzania, all the way up to even Rwanda. People are comparing our fuel prices with even places like Ethiopia, and they're saying, Bwana, Ethiopia is a landlocked country. How is it that they have cheaper fuel than us? Uganda the same. For us to understand those economics, what exactly is happening, so that at least even when we are arguing from a point of knowledge.
Okay. So in Kenya's case, you have the EPRA, right, which regulates fuel prices, right? And it's supposed to actually cushion consumers from excessive prices. But I don't know how to situate the current situation, how it has responded. That has not been the case. And that is why you see that a difference, because it has, instead of cushioning, instead revised prices astronomically high. Whereas in comparable countries like Uganda, Kenya, they have not entirely taken that stance for different reasons, right? But like I mentioned, in Kenya, one of the reasons could be because we have debt pressures currently. So it might be why we have that sudden fuel price changes or hikes. So I think that is the difference, I would say, of why we are saying that differences in prices compared to our neighboring countries.
Sijui kama unajua Uganda wako na madeni. Unajua deni za Uganda zinatosha.
Wako nazo.
The other time
tunajua how much it is.
Yes, if we look, we can find. But the truth is, they were also on the brink of defaulting at some time.
Yeah.
This debt situation, you must understand it. We focus on our region, but it's a global issue. We are not the only continent.
Actually, every country has debt, for
they
sure.
Do, yeah.
Every country has debt.
But the difference is the composition of its creditors.
Yes.
So Kenya has its creditor composition is mostly non-commercial. Or non-concessional rather debt. So you have the Euro bonds, you have Chinese debt that is not from government but rather commercial banks, Chinese commercial banks, and that has definitely high interest rates compared to concessional loans from maybe the IMF or the World Bank, or even bilateral lenders that we have. So with Uganda, it's slightly different. The non-concessional composition is not as big as here in Kenya. So that, of course, changes how it addresses its debt servicing challenges. It might not be as much as Kenya, but the creditor composition really advises.
Because according to the internet, which I don't usually trust 100%, but let me just read it. Says that Kenya's total public debt is approximately $81 billion compared to Uganda's total public debt, which stands at roughly 32 billion. So it's more than double that of Uganda. Yeah. So perhaps again, if I take what you're saying, is that there are a lot of factors that can contributes to why there's that disparity in fuel prices. Because if you look at activists online, they will tell you the way Uganda's fuel is, how much it's below 200, and then they'll take you to Ethiopia, and you'll hate your country for nothing, perhaps, but for a reason nonetheless.
And Paul, consider, for instance, this discussion that you made, the point you mentioned earlier on regarding the former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
You see, austerity measures has very little to do with the government buying one make of German vehicle as opposed to another one.
Yeah.
That's not the composition, the sum total of what you refer to as austerity measures. What the government buys or pays for vehicles is a drop in the ocean compared to everything else that it has in its budget.
Yes.
The problem with vehicle is the optics. It looks really bad. It looks really, really bad when you're talking about problems, and then you see a stream of vehicles, and you can estimate each of those vehicles costs 40 million. You do the business and what on earth are these guys doing with these 40 million vehicles? The optics. But the truth is this: austerity begins with government. When government does things which optically people feel or see as the government reducing its spending, then people feel, hey, this government is taking this thing seriously. Okay? For instance, Do you know how much we budget for maintenance of vehicles in this country per year?
No.
Government, 14 billion. This year, the previous year when we bought vehicles, we spent 26 billion. You know, Chief, the ministry that spent the most on vehicles is mining. So you're saying mining.
Well, what, yeah.
Yes, so this mining, they do what? Okay? When you break it down, the devil is in the details.
True.
Okay? So now, when you then look at the actual costs, let's look at the civil service of the government. How much does the government spend per month on paying people? And do we need all those people? And in this government, do people ever retire? Okay? You're asking, or they're employing new people. One would have assumed that with automation and the coming in of all these modern technology,
the workforce is
yes,
slim.
there's some jobs you don't need people to do.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if we look at the county governments as an example, where 50% of its revenue goes to paying people salaries, already, whatever monies the county governments are given to develop their own county governments, to ensure that there's a growth in business, 50% gone. Then just when you think it is time for you to breathe, they spend probably another 20% on travel. Nairobi County, this one we're living in, spent around 830 million on travel.
Who's traveling?
I said, you're wondering, guys, I'm not happy. See, I thought people elected to do work. Where do you guys keep going? 800 million is really a lot of money to spend.
A lot of money.
So you ask, if we do the maths, so you're telling us that we remain with only 30% to sort out the many things we have in Nairobi. Then you suddenly realize, wait, no wonder we have a problem sorting out these problems. No wonder our streets are dark and there are no street lights. What am I saying? I'm saying, when you're talking about the problems that we have with our fuel, an honest discussion. Those vehicles that Uhuru Kenyatta bought are not hardy vehicles. They are lovely vehicles. They are very fast. They are very nice. They are not hardy. Passats are not made for these roads of ours here. The previous vehicles that they put aside, the Mercedes-Benzes, are hardy. You determine the hardiness of a vehicle by the number of old models of that vehicle you see on the road. You realize, is a guy in my car. Have you seen a lorry called Isuzu? Really ugly looking lorry. Okay? With a very long snout.
Nowadays, the new models anyway. They're graffiti.
No, the old ones you see more because they pick up trash. They carry sand. They carry salt. But you see them. It tells you that these are previous century vehicles. Now, when somebody chooses that, you have to ask, was this a choice that was made to ensure that you reduce the cost of what the government is actually doing? Because you may end up buying a cheap car, you spend more maintaining it than the previous one. Or was it a business deal that somebody made? Because we know who who are the franchise holders of that particular vehicle.
Yes.
If we look right now at what it is that is happening with these oil prices, I would have assumed that I would look inward first. Of the monies we pay for fuel, what percentage of it is taxes?
That's a good question. And I think that's where, when we started the conversation, is where are we really looking at the problem? That big change of 23.5%, it's really hard to, explain that, because even APRA itself has not given a logical explanation of how it reached to that figure.
Something else I usually hear being asked is the G2G deal. Have you seen it? Do you know what is in it? Is it something that we can actually download
it
online?
Is there. Yeah, it is there. When it came in 2023. Yeah. And it's supposed to go up to 2028, and it's supposed to serve as a temporary mechanism. At that time, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, it came in to address the foreign currency fluctations and pressures that was coming with servicing or buying oil in US dollars. But with the G2G, it gives you, or the agreement is that it has a 180-day grace period before you start repaying. So that has allowed the government not to feel that pressure to always buy with foreign foreign exchange. Yes, exactly. So it has helped to an extent, but the challenge that you've seen now is that it lacks a lot of transparency, and even with the accusations of EPRA is the same. Where is the transparency in how it comes up with these figures? If G2G was supposed to alleviate this challenge, why are we seeing this sudden changes? So the G2G, it does exist. It is supposed to go until 2028, but there's a lot of transparency issues within it as well.
Yeah, something else that was asked within that G2G framework is, if we had a G2G deal, why are we going back to getting substandard fuel?
Yeah.
Yet this G2G was to ensure the quality of that same fuel.
Actually, not just quality. When somebody gives you 6 months period within which to pay, it means you don't have to be running around looking for foreign exchange to pay every month.
Exactly.
And that is the reason why we've actually had a big reserve. So that people who do business in foreign exchange, the running around we saw some times back ceased to exist.
Yes.
And it's stabilized.
And even our currency, it has stabilized for a long time.
Even our rating improved.
It did improve. Yeah,
Yes.
it did improve.
But the problem with the rating improving is that it opens a window for you to borrow more.
Exactly.
Then you say, well, now the borrowing, we've created yet another problem which you didn't have.
And that is actually the cycle, CT, because the government is usually fixated in maintaining its, international accredited status so that it's able to access the international markets. That is a very dangerous approach, and that's why we are seeing even the refinancing aspects that they're doing currently, because the end game is to always make sure at any given point they're able to access the market.
You see, Paul, when you talk about the dishonesty or the lack of transparency, we've been kicking this can down the road. We're never sure, what are we paying? At what point do we start paying the prime? Because we seem to be paying the interest. That one, interest, we understand. But what we actually borrowed, at what point? Now, you see this debt portfolio, which you're talking as 12 trillion.
Yes.
Bro, you can go back to pre-independence and immediately after independence, when the British government gave us money to buy out settlers. Start and ask, did we finish paying this money? Yes.
62 years later.
Yes, you need to ask. And then keep moving. Whatever was borrowed for this, have we? What arrangement did we arrive at? And where are we? Now, commercial loans have a much shorter period within which you are required to pay. Yes, and that's what puts pressure. For instance,
but with high interest also.
Oh, the interest. You are borrowing at 18%.
Exactly.
Now, if you borrow, it's a loan, dollar denominated at 18%. It's death. It's death, because the moment there's a slight shift, you're back to zero. It's like you paid nothing, and you actually paid. Let me give you an example of a concession loan. This one is my all-time favorite. The Japanese. 0.2%. They give you a moratorium of 10 years. You don't pay now. You start paying after 10 years. That gives you time to do very many things with that money.
A lot. Development, infrastructure.
You can do a heck of a lot.
This challenge of you're borrowing for development purposes.
Yes. In Asia.
No, but it's a
legal requirement.
It's a legal requirement, but it's being exploited.
It is being badly.
Yes.
It's abused. You see? Because you are talking about amounts of money. Let me ask the question as we're coming to the hour. Do you see 12 trillion shillings of development in the country?
$1 million question.
Or, okay, let's just look at this period of time we've borrowed money.
Yes.
Do you see 4 trillion shillings
of development?
Because that's what this government has borrowed so far.
Maybe affordable housing. How much did that cost?
That one, the government was the government building those houses. What is the arrangement?
Yeah.
You see, the transparency becomes a problem, because in the absence of that transparency, we are then shepherded into a space where we make up the story as we go along, and we decide what it is that is going along, and yet it could be explained. So this one is not even 1 million; these are $10 million questions. Why doesn't the government just explain what it's doing, so we understand?
The protests yesterday were really tough. There's a policeman who was forced to say one term. This guy is in uniform. Remember aseme one term, ilibidi aseme one term city.
No, hata mimi nitasema tena haraka nikasema unataka niseme mara ngapi?
All right, we've come to the end of the show, Catherine. Maybe parting shots. Can subsidies save us from this current situation of fuel prices?
Well, the conversations that we've had and the fiscal challenges that the government continues to experience, it might not be able to sustain subsidies for a long period of time, or a considerable period of time, as long as it's still servicing its debt, which, as we know, takes the first charge in any of its repayments or budget considerations. So I think subsidies are very much needed at this point to cushion the citizens against these fuel prices. However, it's going to be a very difficult task for government to balance that, and as well as continue to. I do not want to focus the conversation within the debt aspect, but it's a big thing that cannot be ignored. And until that is addressed, some of these things can be very, very difficult, including the subsidies.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for coming through.
Thank you so much,
and having this
Mbuvi.
conversation with us.
Yes.
Let's hope and see if things will change today.
We pray so.
And be safe out there in the
Thank
streets.
you, you too, guys. Thank you for having me.
Karibu sana.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 4 people have died and more than 30 others injured after protest over rising fuel prices turned violent in several parts of the country yesterday. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said the demonstrations, which began over high fuel prices, were later infiltrated by organized groups involved in the destruction of property and criminal activities.
It is quite unfortunate also that 4 Kenyans in today's violence, which also saw more than 30 people, it's unfortunate that we lost 4 Kenyans in today's violence, which also saw more than 30 people injured. It is very regrettable that there are politicians in this country who measure the success of opposition to the government by the number of innocent lives lost in the demonstrations they organize. This is the lowest form of politics and the most wicked manifestations of self-interest. To the leaders who have been profiling Kenyans of different political opinion and calling them traitors, we shall hold you personally responsible.
The Directorate of Criminal Investigation says it is reviewing video footage linked to the burning of a vehicle along Thika Road during Monday's protest. The investigations follow an incident in Githurai where a black Mazda CX-5 was set on fire in the middle of the road as demonstrations linked to the nationwide transport strike over rising fuel prices intensified. The DCI says detectives are analyzing digital evidence to identify people suspected of being involved in the violence and destruction of property. The Law Society of Kenya has threatened to take legal action against the government over the recent increase in fuel prices and electricity charges. In a statement issued on Monday, LSK accused the government of introducing harsh economic measures without enough transparency, accountability, or public participation. The lawyers' body said the rising cost of fuel and electricity was placing heavy pressure on households, businesses, transport operators, and manufacturers across the country.
State regulation of essential commodities must, at all times, satisfy the constitutional thresholds of legality, transparency, accountability, reasonableness, and proportionality. Significant tariff and pricing adjustments affecting millions of consumers appear to have been implemented without sufficient public participation, without transparent disclosure of underlying fiscal and policy considerations, and without adequate consumer protection safeguards.
Western Kenya youth launched Linda Mwananchi movement in support of Nairobi Senators Edwin Sifuna's presidential bid They've urged fellow youth to join the movement, saying it will be the avenue to challenge President Ruto in the next year's general election.
Na wale wakazi wa mkoa wa Magharibi, tafadhali to support Sifuna, you must count. Na tuko na website yetu ya www.lindamwananchi.com. Tafadhali enda pale ujisajili.
Because we are having our leadership across all the 5 counties. And we are going to forge a way forward whereby we are going to have inter-county visits as we install the leadership of the county and sub-counties. These structures ndo zitatusaidia kwanza kumobilize watu from the grassroots level.
The administration of US President Donald Trump has imposed a travel ban on foreign visitors who have recently been in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, or South Sudan following a fast-spreading Ebola outbreak. According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the restriction applies to travelers who have been in the 3 countries within the past 21 days. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in Eastern DR Congo has tested positive for Ebola. The doctor has been serving at a hospital in Bunia since 2023. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester City are preparing for Pep Guardiola's exit after Sunday's Premier League match against Aston Villa. Sources have told BBC Sport that the managerial great is expected to leave Etihad Stadium at the end of the season. City maintain Guardiola has a contract for next season and are hopeful he'll remain as manager. However, work towards his anticipated exit is underway at the club, with members of staff of the understanding he'll leave. Brazil forward Neymar has been included in head coach Carlo Ancelotti's 26-man squad for this summer's World Cup. The 34-year-old, who now plays for Brazilian side Santos, is the country's all-time leading goal scorer with 79 goals in 128 appearances, but has not played for the Seleção since 2023 amid his struggles with injuries. Making the squad means he'll feature at a 4th World Cup, having also played for Brazil at the 2014, 2018 and 2022 tournaments. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning, welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. We are on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Salamu ziwafikie watu ambao wako hapa wenye wamekuwa wakituma messages. Thank you so much to Ashton Ventures. How are you doing? Luis Ruda Singwa, good morning to you too. Tulikuwa tumesema Simon Imbiati, si ndio? Haya. Kuna Ashton Ventures amesema mkuki ulikuwa mtamu kwa Uhuru, ayo nilisoma. Majok amesema City, your interpretation of subsidies is misleading. In the context of fuel, it means government giving money which it barely has to private business people. You are informed here. What did you say about subsidies? Maybe I didn't hear that one.
I don't remember what I said about what I said.
Yes,
was when you look at what Uhuru did during the time when we had COVID, he offered subsidies. And when subsidies were offered, the complete opposite of what is expected.
To me, your mic.
It is said that when our subsidies are offered, the government then collects less. Because instead of charging 16%, or 78, what you in subsidies were offer. I said the economy did not do badly as a result of those subsidies. Okay? And then I said that when you reduce the cost of something by offering subsidies, what you've then done is open the market to a much larger group of people, because whatever it is they were buying costs less. So I'm saying, if you look at the numbers, there's a likelihood that you'll end up making more because of the numbers as opposed to the restricted number when it was costlier. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yes.
Perceptronium amesema the public. Okay. So the public it is. I take the point it's clear that Bodaga you talk about is clueless about world affairs. G2G was between Kenya and Saudi. We also what happened to the oil facilities and add that to the closed Hormuz. But see, this is the thing my take to point. The public doesn't know much because the government doesn't say much. Yeah. Mtu wa bodaboda anasema Kenya anajua.
And it wasn't only about with Saudi. It was the National Oil Corporation of two countries in the Middle East, not one.
Yes.
Okay? So when you talk about G2G, you're not talking about one country.
Yes.
Philip
Nyasi amesema good morning CT Muga and Mbuvi. Good morning to you too. Majoka anasema G2G doesn't work now because of the Strait closure. Okay.
Actually, that is not true. The G2G is supposed to cushion you against such occurrences.
Yes.
That's why you have the deal. It is their job to make sure you have oil.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their job. Whether it rains, whether there's sunshine, whether there's a Strait of Hormuz or some other strait, that's what such an arrangement does.
Yes.
They find the oil, whether it's in the high seas or whatever it is, and then they ensure you get it.
Salamu zifikie George, kuna John Kip, kuna Job Kola na Mohamed Murunga, Morris Andati na wale wengine wote. Nitasoma messages zenyu tukirudi. Lakini kwa sasa tunataka tuzingatie what this hour is all about. We want to discuss the rising cases of femicide in Kenya. And with us is the Legal Council, Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya. That is FIDA. Brenda Yambo. Brenda, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. You're well?
Yes, I am.
Karibu sana kwetu. Now, before we get into some serious discussions here, CT will be sharing with you our methali for today, and then we shall get down to business and talk about femicide. All right, CT, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Ghana, which in a previous time and an era was referred to the Gold Coast, as the Gold Coast, for obvious reasons. They had gold. And if you look at the artifacts that come from that country, and look at the artisans who are involved in it, they are actually richly made from this particular metal we refer to as gold. Yes, but it wasn't the only region that had gold. But that's not our story for today. The proverb for today: 2 men in a burning house must not stop to argue. Note, they say men, not women. 2 men in a burning house. Bwana, hii moto ilitoka wapi bwana?
Usianze conversation.
Wachana hiyo. Ama ndio ile maji moto ndio ilimwagika ndio. Get out of the house.
Over to you, Brenda.
Yes.
What do you think about that proverb?
2 men in a burning house must not stop to argue. What do I think of that proverb?
Maoni yako.
Why would they be arguing if they're in a burning house? That would be my first question.
Good.
You're right. Focus on what is important.
Yes.
Nyumba inachomeka toka kwanza.
Toka kwanza.
Arguments baadaye. Kweli sana.
Protect yourself first.
I was told FIDA is it a French word or I mean it's an acronym obviously,
yes.
But the whole name is it French or is it Portuguese? It's Spanish?
It's a Spanish acronym.
Oh,
Federación Abrigada. De Federación Abrigada. I've forgotten the rest of the.
And you know, for a very long time, ever since I was a child, because my mom being in the media, she used to interact sana na FIDA. But every time FIDA is mentioned, Federation of, is it women lawyers?
Yes,
women lawyers in Kenya. Najaribu kushikanisha FIDA.
D kwa wapi hapa?
Hai.
Yeah, FIDA,
lawyers wako wapi hapo kwa D? But now we know.
The Federación Abrigada, forgotten the rest. The D comes from the Spanish acronym.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. Hiyo tutajua baadaye. Uzuri ya Google ni hiyo. Inatuanishanga kila kitu. This is a conversation that has been held for a very long time. This issue of gender-based violence, and then now we are talking about femicide, because more and more women are being killed. Just a few days ago, there's a woman who was doused with petrol na akaashwa moto akachoma. Kuna yule wa acid pia, na kuna mwingine also a couple of weeks back. Actually, this year we have lost several women. I remember also last year, 2025, in January, February, it's like we were losing women every other month. And in 2024, it was even crazier. It is not improving. Despite our conversations in media, despite our campaigns and hashtags, what exactly is happening? Is it because we're in the information age and we're getting to hear of this more and more? Because was it, like, for example, was it happening in the 60s, in the 70s, as much as it is happening in 2026?
I would say femicide has become a national crisis, in my opinion. And the national crisis comes from the fact that we are normalizing gender-based violence. Violence of any nature, femicide being among the gender-based violence, is a form of homicide where women are targeted based on their gender. And this targeting of women comes from very many systems. The patriarchal system that we are experiencing in our country, the cultural norms that have eroded, and then you also look at the issue of misogyny. A lot of people have a deep hatred or seated hatred in terms of how they relate to women. So currently you find there's a lot of normalization of violence. It doesn't prick you that violence is actually occurring or women are being killed. We are normalizing seeing deaths of women, and that is the saddest part, because femicide for me currently is a national crisis. And the president at one point had this technical working group that was to address the issues of femicide. That is what tells you that this issue has become a national crisis, and we need to deal with it in that capacity, not just a gender-based violence issue.
In your opinion, why is it on the rise? I know you've mentioned that whole issue of misogyny, but I feel like there could be another deeper reason as to why we are seeing more of these cases now in 2026 than even before.
I think information is getting to us more frequently. Social media has made it very possible to be able to get real-time information. Before, we didn't have the statistics. The data currently we have enables us to actually identify this as a femicide. We haven't actually discovered femicide or mentioned it as a particular standalone crime as it is right now. But the murdering or the murders that continue to happen, especially of young women, has lended us to have the word femicide being used continuously to describe what is happening to young women and the murders that continue to happen. And you see, the murders that continue to happen have been abrogated to the fact of intimate partner violence. There's a lot of mental issues, a lot of stress in terms of how people relate with each other, but that is not to excuse the aspect of violence in homes. You find most people consider the homes as a safe environment. That is a safe place for me. But unfortunately, most of the crimes that we're looking at in terms of femicide happen within the confines of the home setting. So I would say most of the time it is with partners or people who you trust the most who break your trust. So it is not a crime that is isolated out there, but it is a crime that is within the community. And the community at large is at stake currently because not many people are willing to support and not many people are coming out to support the issues of femicide. You find it has been left to the courts to be able to determine how to punish the perpetrators, to organizations that can be able to support the victims, or after the victim, in this particular case the deceased, to deal with the family. But these are things that could have been prevented. The structural barriers that are there could have been prevented before it metamorphosizes into something that is now a national crisis.
You know, it's usually a very touchy subject, this issue of femicide, to the point whereby people are even afraid. Do I say afraid? People are avoiding to talk about the specifics that perhaps might lead to that kind of situation, because at the end of the day, we don't want to victim blame this particular person who has died. But we are also afraid of talking about the truths that have led to this situation. For example, there's a lady who fell from, I think it was the 14th floor of a building somewhere here in Kilimani. And a lot of people online were saying, let's not victim blame this lady. The enemy here is poverty. Maybe alikuwa anafuata kitu fulani, and this is what led to her death. Such that if we start talking about perhaps what might have happened, people are told, wewe, you're victim blaming. Mimi, I have daughters, and I do not sugarcoat issues with them. I tell them, look, this is the situation. This is where life is, and you need to be very careful when you're engaging with people, because at the end of the day, I'd rather they get angry at me for, you know, telling them these things as opposed to me having to bury them, you know, in the future. Do you think society has shifted the conversation, or the conversation has changed so much such that we are not dealing with the issues that are leading to these cases?
I don't think society has shifted per se. I just think we've normalized what you just mentioned, victim blaming, and we're not holding the perpetrators accountable. The conversation is shifting. We're looking at what did the victim do to deserve this. We are not looking at it is the perpetrator who has been able to actually perpetrate this particular violence. And that is at the point where we lose it, because if we don't address the issues in terms of mental wellness, in terms of the cultural norms, the patriarchal system that we're talking about, the lack of laws that hold people accountable, if it's a threat, what are the police doing when I report this particular threat? What is the threshold for a person to be able to be arrested? You find a person is stalked, people don't do anything about it. You report, you're told this is a domestic issue, you handle it at home. You look at the issues of masla, the issues of kipka, the different setups in our culture. How are people handling such issues? When you hush the issues to do with gender-based violence, that is when it becomes normal that a perpetrator can actually walk away, having offended or having done a particular crime, and nothing is done to that particular person.
There's something you said, masla and kipla.
Kipka. I think it's Kalenjin. Is it Kipka? Yeah.
What do they mean? Like the masla, what is masla?
Masla, I think, is mostly in the northern communities, Somali, when you negotiate on issues to do with gender-based violence.
Yes.
A crime has been committed, and you, the victim, are not even part of those negotiations. Family decide this is a family issue, we'll settle it within the family. We bring a certain number of maybe animal as offering, of peace offering,
or money.
But the victim is not centered in all this. The justice to that particular victim is not centered in all this. We're looking at it more of a clan issue.
Kipka is also similar to
that. The negotiations that take place.
Do you ever look at the history of some of these practices and why it is that particular path was taken in resolving those issues? Clearly, if you are resolving an issue, you've acknowledged it is an issue, and you're resolving it because you've also understood that it can have consequences beyond what actually happened. So you get ahead of it.
In my opinion, when they had these systems in the cultural setting, I don't think it was envisioned to be able to settle gender-based violence matters. I think it was an alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Perhaps maybe cattle has been stolen from this particular community, and people don't want the community to disintegrate. So they call a baraza, and they can be able to talk about these issues openly and have an understanding. But you see, it has trickled down to issues that cannot be negotiated upon. Violence is something that cannot be negotiated upon at any particular instance. When you look at even the court system in terms of mediation, we do not mediate on gender-based violence issues. The alternative dispute resolution mechanism has been able to trickle down to the different county levels for us to be able to settle matters that are not of violence in nature. But when it trickles down to the violence matters, then it becomes a different setting. We're letting the perpetrators walk away, and we're making our own kangaroo courts where we can be able to let victims not even participate in this particular access to justice. We're enabling the perpetrators to walk away. I can commit a crime, I can take a young girl, I can commit FGM, and I pay a certain amount and I walk away. And this will make the perpetrators continuously have this aspect that I can actually do this and get away with it.
You see, why I'm asking the question is I want to go back into the causes. I asked about the causes, and because we're talking about the effect. By the time the crime has been committed, that's the effect. We're seeing the consequences. Let's go back to the advent of child marriages, the communities that accept it. Is it that how was it practiced? Because it was a practice in very many communities in this country. How was it accepted and how was it practiced? And at what point did the communities actually feel that you have gone beyond the norms that is accepted to us? Why did people marry young children? Because some women, there's nothing about being a young lady, it was a child. Why was that encouraged? 14, 15, 16, why?
I don't know whether it is the lack of information that people would just carry out cultural practices knowing that this is actually harmful, but they'll still carry it because the culture requires you to do it. But the fact that culture requires you to do it, or it is culturally embedded in a particular tradition, doesn't mean it is okay. Child marriages can never be okay, of whatever nature, regardless of what culture speaks about it. And I think before we would not talk openly about these issues because we fear offending a particular setup in our culture. Even as at now, when you talk about these issues of FGM and child marriages, there are areas where you would go and you would not even get a hearing about it, and they will still continue because people have normalized it, and it is okay for them to continue with those culture practices, but it is not okay in the current constitution of
But
Kenya.
Bernard, do we understand? You see, the demonizing of it is appropriate because I understand. We have a modern understanding of what it is you're doing to this child. You are snuffing out any opportunity and anything that they may have done with their lives, and you have now forced them to be in a life of marriage, which is really an apostrophe for servitude. There is a reason why people do what they do. The times we live in may not understand it because we have not followed that process. But why don't I give you an example so that you understand?
Okay.
My grandfather was a serial polygamist. This is not a story. I'm telling you the truth about my life.
Okay.
And when you have cows, which in those terms reads you have wealth, it was not difficult to marry many women. Now, there is a community from which he married, and the girl he had married left. So the family gave him a replacement. I'm using the term appropriate because it's offensive, but I want you to understand, because it was a replacement. The replacement was barely 12 years old. So this young lady was very young. So she actually just grew up in the home, and she actually grew up in the house of my grandmother. Her closest friend was my father, who they were close with in age. She acquired wife status when she probably reached 17 or 16. Okay? But she was a child who played in the homestead. Now, at that particular point in time, they didn't have the knowledge that we have now.
Yeah.
And they didn't look at things the way we did. And part of the reason people were polygamous was because many children died at birth. The mortality rate was high. So people, among the reasons why they married was so that you could have many children. So even if there was attrition, many remained.
Yeah.
Two, they were a workforce. Okay? Now, they were human resource. If you had land, they could farm. Now, the business angle of it is when you had girls, dowry could be paid. It is the same dowry that you paid someone else when your sons wanted to marry. That was the system. What did we replace it with? Because systems exist for a reason. Those traditional communities also intermarried across borders because they tended the cattle issues that you had, it would arise. People would take and the cattle raiding was a rite of passage, not thievery. Some people call it sport. When you get to a certain age, if there are no lions for you to kill, what you do is you go and raid cattle. Okay, so you come up. I am not seeking to justify wrong. I'm seeking to understand it.
Yes.
The logic behind why people stay entrenched in these practices is clear because it benefits them.
Yeah.
Even when it is wrong, and they fight it.
Yes.
But if one doesn't have a full understanding of why it is, I have a sister who is married in another country, those sides of the Pacific near Australia, and their traditions are not very dissimilar from ours, but their disagreements tend to be interesting. A problem can arise at home, the rural areas, and the difference. You will find communities from that area who live in town taking up machetes to cut up each other, okay, to sort a problem which happened in the rural areas.
Yes.
If there's an airstrip that happens to be in the area of these fellows who cause problems, they'll go and pour oil in that tarmac so that no particular plane can land. I'm not making up the story. I'm telling you things that people do. There's a history behind it. But there's also a time when they reconcile, and there are set practices that they have for bringing this particular dispute to a halt. I am saying it may be difficult, but understanding the traditions and why people had them would explain why people still behave in a certain way when times have long overtaken some of those traditions. But the modern times show us the crazies we have in our society, because some of these fellows who kill women, it has nothing to do with tradition. These people are just not okay in the head. Okay? So there's a wiring problem. There is something that went off and they're that way inclined. Modern times is just bringing them out into the open, and we can see. And every society has had odd people whose thinking and practice is completely at odds with the society in which they live in. And that's why some people would be ostracized from certain communities. So, back to my question.
Okay.
We have femicide.
Yes.
It is a problem.
Yes.
Okay? It is femicide because not women killing women. No, it is men who are killing women. And the people who are killed, there's the domestic angle of it.
Yes.
And there's just the relational aspect of it. So and so was killed because there was like a boyfriend. Now, in our African tradition, the term boyfriend and girlfriend doesn't exist. Wife, husband, that one exists. So these young men who have girlfriends, this is the goodness of being on air. It's you who thinks you have a girlfriend. That girl knows she's married. But anyway, go on.
Yes.
I mean, for me, the question in that conversation with CT is, does society actually understand how it ends up having a lady killed and in the headlines in the news? And I think that part
no,
is not understood.
That, yes.
Haijaelewa. Case in point, there's a gentleman who traveled I don't know how many counties to go and hack the girlfriend. Why? Because apparently alikuwa anamlipia fees. After kulipa fees, huyo msichana akaamua si nimemaliza kusoma, I can move on with my life. That is not being talked about. We're only talking about this man was arraigned in court, the crimes that he did, and he has gotten his conviction, and many other similar stories such as. But we are not tackling the reason why this man
committed the act,
left his county and traveled almost 5 counties, went and bought a machete. Like this guy
premeditated
this particular crime. Exactly. Yes. That one we are not talking about.
Not that we're not talking about it. It's because people have different versions of what exactly leads to this. Like I started off by saying, you cannot in any way excuse violence because somebody had premeditated this particular crime.
Yeah.
Whatever led to it, whether it is a mental issue, whether it is feeling that you've been aggrieved by paying the school fees, of whatever nature, it does not condone violence at all.
Yeah.
So I would say what we need to do is do more of awareness in terms of how to be able to manage our emotions. The parentings that we have, the parenting styles that we currently have. We talk about a lot of the Gen Zs and all that, but you see, the parenting styles that we had back then and the parenting styles we have currently, I don't think mirror the same. The generations are very different, how we raise our children, how we talk to our girls, how we talk to our boys. I think the church also has a role to play, the faith-based institutions, on how they relate on these issues, how to handle rejection. In terms of family relationships, how do you manage stress? How do you handle your emotional intelligence in terms of rejection? What do you do when this relationship is not working out? We're in that generation where we want instant results. If this is not working out for me, I want to do this so that people know this is not working out for me. So those are some of the issues that we can be able to look at for us to be able to know what exactly can we do as a society, because now femicide is not just about the court issue or my issue or a private affair. It is an injustice that is perpetrated, in terms of what do you call it, me as a person, and it also affects the other people. When you kill a girl, when you kill a woman, when you kill a mother, you're depriving a family of a certain bond. So these are some of the issues that we can continuously talk about and be able to find out where did it start from. The family unit, how do we relate in our homes? What are the relationships between the parents? What are the relationships between siblings? How do we condone what is happening within the society? If there's a breakdown in terms of the home structure, how do we navigate through such issues? And that is where the issues of mental wellness and awareness is also a great start for us to be able to realize what is it that we can be able to do to correct what is currently happening.
Yeah, because even on that issue, on that aspect of mental health, that one is also not discussed.
Yes, it's not discussed at all.
Because we only rush to do the to make a bandage.
Yes.
So this has happened, so we arrest this one, we bury this one, and then we move on. But we don't address what happened in between. And if you follow up on a lot of these situations, if you follow up, you'll just find that this person was just aggrieved in one way or another. And there's someone perhaps who's going through that particular situation. Like that lady who jumped off a building, 14th floor. I said, but we've seen this before. You know, we've seen this before because it is alleged that this man pushed her for whatever reason. They disagreed on the terms and conditions of their meeting. We have seen this before, but we keep on seeing it over and over again. And God forbid we'll see another one perhaps in the next few weeks or in the next few months.
We hope not.
We hope not, exactly.
Yes.
But I ask myself, and every time I see that, I ask myself, these people didn't know of that other one that happened.
They knew.
They didn't learn in that situation, you know, and you're afraid of speaking these things out because people will say, oh, you're victim blaming. But you know, you sit down and you say, like, everything that has happened in this one happened in the other one. I mean, the situations are different, the amounts being discussed are different, the locations are different, but it is the same mode of operation, and that one needs to be addressed. We need someone has got to say it.
You know, we categorize these things based on the experiences we have in our country. There are countries where some of the religious practices are actually bizarre compared to ours. There are places where a girl will be killed by her own family.
Yes.
Because it's called honor killing.
Honor killing,
because
yes.
she has decided to marry outside the boundaries that have been set. There are places where people are negotiating dowry and it's too much. A girl gets killed. It's the girls who get killed. Okay? Then their modern technology now is guilty here. Where because people prefer girls as opposed to boys, or no, boys as opposed to girls, not the other way around. By the time you actually have an indication and you're certain of the gender of that particular baby, that child, that girl is going to get killed. So there are some really genuinely bizarre. Okay, now I'm calling it bizarre because it's alien to me and it's very strange. Okay.
But in that part of the world, it's very normal.
That's why we're discussing it. And you're asking, but what nonsense is this? According to me, and the practice that I have, that is utter nonsense. Why are you going about this process this way? It's like some communities get stuck in the evolutionary process that brings about the dynamism in our cultures. Kuna mahali wanakaga wamekwama na wasongi. So anything that could have improved on the culture, okay? Haoni? Yes, they are stuck, and they are hard and fast stuck. But part of the reason is because, one, even with the changes, the attitude that that community has towards women has not changed.
There's another case I watched, and I'm sure you watched it as well, whereby there's a man who found out that his wife was cheating on him, and you know, he just decided to end her life there and then. What can we call that? Can we call that mental issues, mental health issues, or can you just say this was jealousy, wanitanga jikotini, passion, crime of passion? Yeah, hiyo tunaikategorize aje sasa?
You see, even if it's a crime of passion, that aggression in terms of taking somebody's life, that is what we are saying is unacceptable. Because when you call it a crime of passion, we are excusing the crime. Yes. And that is why you find these are some of the issues that are actually in the technical working group, what they said, that when you excuse certain of these activities and we call them a crime of passion, we are reducing the accountability in terms of the perpetrator. So what we need to do is to hold people accountable for their actions. A simple threat, a simple abuse. You see, even if this person got the wife with someone else, it doesn't mean he has the right to take out her life.
Yes.
Because how many incidences do we know of I don't want to call it cheating, but things that happen in family setup?
Very many.
And there are very many. And if all of us took the action of killing the other person, would we even have a generation to talk about?
Well, you want to tell me the punishment for crime of passion?
It's how they describe that.
And just kawaida femicide, the punishments are different?
I don't think there's a crime of passion. That is probably somebody using a mitigating factor to be able not to be held accountable, probably from a homicide perspective, or maybe murder. Femicide is a gender-based violence, which is also linked to homicide, equal to what we as Kenya now call the murder, because we don't have a standalone crime for femicide. What we are currently describing is gender-based violence. We don't have any situation in the penal code, or we don't have any article in the penal code section that talks about femicide as a standalone crime, and that is where probably we have a problem.
But you know, when you consider if the punishment for cheating was death by spouse, how many men would still be alive?
If the punishment is what? Come again?
Cheating by spouse, death. Spouse cheats, death.
Or you're saying it's because men cheat more than women?
Oh, they do.
Okay.
How many men would we still have alive if that was the approach to it? You see, it explains to you the imbalance in the relationship that men in our society have, and the role that the man sees for himself and the position, because it is clear he believes that he has more advantage in that relationship than the woman. He may say he's modern and everything, but his actions tell you what he actually believes. People get stuck on things which are advantageous to them. If that position was not of advantage, they would not get stuck to it. You have communities where women are compared to dogs and children, and it is considered to be normal. Now, you tell me somebody who grows up in that community, even as an adult, you think it's going to change the way he thinks and the way he looks at women? No.
And that is why we're having these conversations. What you're describing is a pure sense of toxic masculinity. And that is where we come in. Sorry.
Oh, no. That terminology is good. Toxic masculinity.
And that is why we want men to come into this conversation and build a positive masculinity. Like, men get involved in the discussion. Look at these people as your sister, your mother, your aunt, and somebody who relates to you in terms of I don't want to call it protection. But if we don't protect your younger sister, what do you expect to happen out there? Right now, if I have a brother and I'm being beaten, wouldn't he stand up for me? Wouldn't that be the same concept that we can be able to use with other women out here? If I see a woman being beaten, why would I stand aside and record instead of, this is happening a lot, instead of saying, no, this is not right, do not be this particular woman. Same for men. We're not encouraging gender violence of any nature. And that is why when you talk about this femicide, it being more gendered, because it is more towards the women. The gender that is mostly affected is the woman, and that is why it is termed as a gender type of crime, targeting women.
Do you know there are some people who don't care about their sisters the way you think they do? There's a video that did rounds a couple of weeks ago where I think there were two men, or maybe more than that. There's a man who held this woman, and then the other one was beating her. And it was here in Kenya because apparently she was in a relationship with a boy they do not agree with. And that's not the only one. There's one where my brother witnessed somewhere in northern Kenya, where the family of the girl, the men of the family of the girl came and literally killed another man because they did not agree with his religion and that he had uhusiano na mwanamke. So it happens, my friend.
It happens.
Yeah.
And that is where, when we started off, we talked about the issues of culture. That issue of culture and us normalizing the bad forms of culture. Culture that does not grow us, culture that is retrogressive. We can embrace culture, it is within us, but we choose to look at culture that can progress and not that cause retrogression in our society. When you look at the issues of the patriarchal norms, why would you want to beat your sister? Because this particular, you're actually choosing a spouse for your sister. But when it comes to you, nobody chooses that spouse for you. So those are some of the culture norms that we can be able to reshape the conversations so that we look at it in a different form. We accept culture, but how can we be able to reshape the conversations so that this retrogressive culture do not interfere with the dignity and respect for women and also men in the society, especially in this particular sense for women.
So in terms of laws, what would you propose should happen? The kinds of laws that we need to introduce to ensure that that particular aspect is taken care of?
I would say we have enough laws currently. Yes, quite a number of laws that can actually be able to support. We have the Constitution of Kenya, the right to life, right to privacy, freedom and security of a person. When you talk about laws, we have the Prevention Against Domestic Violence Act that is there to support women, especially those in domestic and intimate relationships and are undergoing violence, to get restraining or protection orders. When it comes to the sexual nature of the offense, we have the Sexual Offences Act. We have the Penal Code that talks about murder. Perhaps we can be able to reframe the Penal Code in such a way that the femicide is included in it as a standalone crime, so that it can be able to get data easily, investigate, and we can be able to actually pinpoint these are the causes of femicide, how we can relate to it as a standalone crime on its own without using murder currently as what we do in Kenya. Because we have other...
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, what is in that law about murder that isn't in what we envision should be in the laws about femicide?
femicide is mostly towards a particular gender. So if you're not able to pinpoint the issues that lead to this, or what are the through the investigations that we carry out, what actually leads to femicide, we are losing out on how we can be able to curb the particular vice. Because when you look at murder, it is malice aforethought. And sometimes in terms of the issue of femicide, maybe there's no malice aforethought in terms of it. But when you look at it in terms of murder, you look at it as a standalone, as a crime that is committed in terms of somebody probably had malice aforethought about it, the intention was there to do the murder. But when you look at it, when you mention the issues of a crime of passion, a person looks at this particular incident and says, I can get away with it by telling the court this was a crime of passion. I can use it as a mitigating factor. But if you have femicide and it has certain ingredients within which we can be able to look at, like what exactly was the causative agent for this particular crime? At what point do we look at femicide as a crime? And at what point do we look at femicide as the intentional killing of the gender, the female gender? So there are certain aspects of it that we have not looked at thoroughly, and for us to be able to actually have it as a crime on its own, and the penal code describing the penalties for it, so that we can restrict, or what do I call it, the continuous happening of it as a standalone crime on its own. You look at murder currently, and previously murder would be punishable by the death penalty, but currently there are mitigating factors towards it, and we are saying for femicide we don't want it to have certain aspects where you can mitigate on it. We want strict preventive measures, that if I know I commit a particular offense of femicide, these are the ingredients of it, and this is what I'll be able to get through, so that I don't have mitigating factors in terms of crime of passion or perhaps stress or any other issue, that it becomes a stringent measure so that those who are thinking of perpetuating the same crime can be deterred from doing it. Yeah,
you know,
that
is
my
strange.
thought.
I was looking at some statistics here from the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and one of the findings that is daunting is that femicide isn't slowing down.
It isn't.
This is the problem. So even if you look at the array of causes, you and then look at what it is that brings this about and the commonality of some of these causes, you have to wonder, what else do we need to do? Because if with all this awareness, and the awareness has increased, femicide isn't increasing, what then is bringing about this femicide? What is that we're missing? What is that we're not seeing? Something seems to be afoot, and what is it? This is global, huh? Certainly Kenya too, it's global. Yes. Because we haven't talked about the role of drugs and alcohol in all this.
Yes.
Okay.
What is being done globally about femicide? Are there countries or jurisdictions that have really clamped down on it, not necessarily eliminated it, but at least sorted it to levels that are proving that it's on the decline?
Not really on the decline, but they're working on it, because you have countries in the North America, I think the Latin American countries, Mexico, I think Peru, and some of those, Malta. What they've done is integrated it into their laws. They've strengthened the laws that they have, and they've recognized femicide as a standalone crime, so that it is easier to investigate it. Police know how they can be able to investigate it. Currently it's fragmented. You see, when you look at it as a different crime, and you're putting in different pieces of the crime, you're looking at it towards the sexual offenses, you're looking at it as a murder effect, you lose out on the ingredients of that particular crime. So even getting a stringent sentence becomes a bit of a problem. So what we can advocate is for the strengthening of those laws that we currently have, and also recognize femicide as a standalone crime, which other countries have, the ones I've mentioned, few of those that I've mentioned, and integrate it into their policies, so that we know in terms of the policy, and this is what we want to follow up on, how we can be able to follow up on the crime of femicide as a standalone crime on its own.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as education is concerned, how can we integrate it into our syllabuses, and at what level do you think we can do it, such that when young boys and girls are growing up, number one, they learn to respect each other and care for each other, and look at each other as equals, and not one being superior to the other, one being subordinate to the other?
I think at an age appropriate, where kids can be able to understand, I'm a boy, I'm a girl, but at the end of the day, we are all equal. Perhaps maybe have an equality, or an equality sort of way in which we can look at boys and girls as equal in front of God or in front of the laws, so that we're not discriminating and saying, yes, there are gender norm roles for the girls and for the boys. And this determines how we grow up and how we are supposed to view life. So maybe at an age appropriate, when they start understanding or they have an understanding of who a boy is, a girl is, at that particular point, we can be able to introduce it into the syllabus in schools, so that people grow up knowing, despite us having different gender segregation, we can still grow up respecting each other. We can still, all of us can thrive in this particular society, because we can respect, I can respect your right to life, I can respect your right to dignity. These are some of the things maybe we can inculcate in terms of the school curriculums. Even in the churches, you find the faith-based institutions are very strong in terms of how we grow up. You're forever finding children go to Sunday school, maybe people are going to the mosque, or young children are taught at that madrasa. So at that particular point, it should be mandatory to include it on how to respect and work with women and girls and also boys, so that when we grow up, we have men who can respect women and women who also respect men equally. Yeah, because I'm of the opinion that sometimes for our the generations, you know, millennials, kuendelea na mbele, hiyo ni kama ilipotea kidogo. But we start teaching it to the younger generations, perhaps we can, you know, we can get somewhere. Because, you know, even children who are young, maybe let's say grade 1, grade 2, even when you're arguing with your spouse, they'll tell you, daddy, wacha ku raise your voice, or mami, achana daddy. That they understand. Yeah, because they understand this is wrong. Yes. They are back. Even you, if you want to argue with your partner, you know, you love now to go to the bedroom and speak in low tones, and that will help calm things down.
Argue when you're whispering.
Yeah, itabidi mwambie wewe unakuwa mjinga sana. Mbona umefanya hivyo? Because you know, the moment you raise your voice, the children will be like, Papa, no, Daddy, no. Yeah, so that is something that we need to consider, because these things, by the zinazanga huko chini. Yes. How you see or saw your parents behaving, chances are that's how you're going to, that's the kind of person you're going to grow up and become. Now, in terms of also training our security services, the police, for instance, and how they deal with issues, because there are instances a woman can go even to report a crime, whether it's battery, and even the way they are questioned, hiyo kesi inapotea tu hivyo. Maybe it's because they did not provide sufficient evidence, or they did not report it well, or the officer who is being told this particular story doesn't understand how to deal with it.
Actually, they do, and they actually tell you how they understand it. In maneno nyumbani,
Exactly.
And by the way, they are done.
Na inaishia hapo. Because I've been to the police station, and I've seen it end like that.
Yes. But that's their take on it. Why are you bringing a domestic issue to the police station?
Yeah.
Forgetting that it's in the domestic setup where this problem began.
And that is why we're here.
And that's why they're there. So again, perhaps let's talk about, you talked about training and education. How do we train our disciplined forces? Also, the police servicemen and women in such matters. I know that they have desks for this, but is it well equipped? Are these people adequately trained in counseling techniques, so that yes, this is what they do? Not one moment you are running after thieves, and then the next half an hour you're back listening to gender violence. How well are you going to listen to that gender violence story? You've been shot at, then now you're sitting to listen to this. Yes, and then now someone's asking you to solve this matter.
I think in terms of specialized gender desk, that is something that has been pushed for quite some time, not just by the government, but equal non-governmental organizations and different stakeholders, to have a one-stop shop where we have a gender desk at each police station. And in some places it is actually working, because you find when you go and report this particular crime, I remember there was a case of 2 young girls.
Yes.
I won't mention details, but they had gone because of a sexual assault issue, and they wanted to report, but when they got to the police station, they found only male police officers. So they had to wait for a particular time, hours, until a lady police officer walks in. So you see, those are some of the issues we need to look into. When in terms of gender, the people who would prefer to narrate their issues and not be traumatized. Yes. So those are some of the inclusions we need to think about. Even when we are training police officers, the different organizations that support the judiciary in terms of how they deal, even in the court users committee, you see, these are refresher trainings that should be given to police officers, because today you'll find an officer put at the gender desk, tomorrow they are transferred to a different station. So you have maintained, or you have been able to train this particular officer, but after some time they're transferred elsewhere and they're probably not deployed at the gender desk.
They go to traffic.
Yes. So this is something that should be, it should actually been calculated in the curriculum. So as you graduate, these are part of the things that you should be taught, how to be able to relate on gender issues. How do you respond to gender-based crimes? How can you be able to be of support to the victim? What is the survivor-centered approach for you to be able to handle the victim of this particular crime? Yeah.
You know, Brenda, let me tell you something. A couple of days ago, we had to go and report a death. And it was in the wee hours of the night. It was past midnight. So we found 2 police officers at the OB, in a OB desk. And I can tell you, siko ubaya, but those guys are as heartless as heartless can be.
Desensitized.
Yeah. You go and tell them, we are here to report a death. So someone is there on their phone, they're doing whatever it is that they're doing. They're writing their own stuff. And you've already told them why you're here.
You're reporting a death.
Someone doesn't even want to know who's died. You know,
what
pole sana. Look, I understand hauna pole. Au feel uchungu yangu ni sawa. But at the very least, show some empathy. Of kind. Just, focus on me. Because we were the only ones. I mean, this is midnight. There is literally no one else there. Focus on me. Listen to me. Let me tell you what has happened. Then from there, let's proceed. But those guys, even because the person I was reporting to was a lady, she just turned and called another officer. Let's say it's Kevin. Hey, Kevin, and she continued her business. And I was like, oh my goodness. That for me, by day, I was like, this is crazy.
But if you look at the police service, and some of the reforms that they've tried to put in place, by creating different units to deal with different problems. For instance, we have diplomatic police.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have the other groupings of people who deal with various types of terrorism.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have APs. Okay. This softer part of their service has actually seen some improvement, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's really not enough. Given the issues that happen, it's not enough.
So I was imagining if that is a death we've come to report. Now you can imagine
a gender-based violence.
A lady comes and says, nimekuja kuripoti nimechapwa na bwana yangu.
How many deaths do you think they experience in the course of a day?
I'm sure there are many.
That's the point. You see, for you, this thing is critical. For them, it's another one.
No.
But you see, you cannot treat life that way. You see, at the end of the day...
I'm referring to the reality of the situation.
And the reality doesn't have to be the norm. You see, we can still change this, because if you have officers who are desensitized, then how else do we support the public?
First of all, begin with, how do you debrief police
men and women?
Given these people are at the forefront of trauma daily.
And that's what I'm saying. I can imagine. So a lady has come to report, or even a man has come to report some battery issue at home.
It's just another one.
Ati nimechapwa na mzee. Ati amekuchapa kwa nini? Kwani wewe hawezi jichapia Kevin? Hebu kuja usikize huyu, and then
let me give you a different scenario. This very officer, several hours later, had been called to a place where there were 3 decomposing bodies, and they're the ones who've had to collect these bodies, take them to the mortuary. They haven't debriefed yet. They are now sitting, and you brought them this issue. That matter hasn't actually left their heads. Believe me, it cannot be prioritized in any way mentally. That's why I'm saying some things have been done. There's a lot that needs to be done. There needs to be a unit. Yani, wewe ufukuzani na bandits na ninyo.
Kazi yako ni kudeal na GBV.
Yes, then when you remove from there and
go to another department,
somebody else happened to Unaka, that's what you deal with.
Or you're transferred to the same position but in a different place.
Yes.
So that your training, you can continue with your profession.
Yes.
Or just introduce a curriculum where we have the psychosocial part, where we have the debriefing you're talking about. We need to inject funds, the public funds, for us to be able to deal with such issues. So that a police officer at every point, maybe even once or twice, has a debriefing session where they can be able to debrief on these issues, because mental health and awareness, these are the same people you want to protect us. But if you're not working on the mental health and mental awareness, how else are we helping the society? This is the same person you want to handle my file, do the investigations in terms of what you're talking about, the femicide and the death. And if they're so desensitized about it, they will not give it the credibility it deserves. I'm sorry to say that. But we have we have officers who are very well trained and officers who actually value life. For those particular, I hope it is not for the rest of them, but I would hope that the National Police Service, these are some of the issues or some of the curriculum they need to take into account. account the issues of mental wealth and awareness. This needs to be a curriculum that is forced, mandatory in the service unit. Because if we don't have this, then we are losing out even in terms of the police officers. These crimes are not just committed by us. Even the National Police Service, we have men who are husbands, we have men who are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we don't know the aspect of how this thing can go if you're not able to contain it from now.
But you've seen the violence that comes around within the police service. A task force was set up to look into this matter, and they did give out a report. And there were talks of this debriefing with entities that do psychosocial work and so forth.
Nothing has been done.
Like that guy who killed his senior officer because he found him with his girlfriend, but this senior officer also thought that this is his girlfriend. So mnapatana huko, hey, hala, hoa. Then this guy threw this other one, off the building, and he died. These are some of the things that also these officers are experiencing.
Yes.
And so you can imagine meeting such an officer. How is he going to help you? Unakuja kumwambia shida kwangu nyumbani, bibi ananichapa ama bwana ananichapa na yeye anachapanga bibi yake nyumbani.
You know, the psychosocial welfare of the police service and the disciplined forces is exactly of paramount importance. You don't need 10 incidences of people who have psychosocial problems going out, shooting themselves, shooting people, shooting their it is something that is actually avoidable. Okay? And when you talk of resources and you talk about a police commission and the work it must do, these are some of the things that it must consider, because the commission must also look into the training and the retraining and the curriculum, the revision of the curriculum and the inclusion. The police service must mirror the issues that the society in this particular country has, and the services must mirror this problem that we keep talking about.
I have a proposal. The same way we have community health promoters.
Yes.
They come and they check on us. They know the number of pregnant women in this locality. They even know who has got TB, nani akona kaswende. We need also community promoters who are focused on gender-based issues. I think we need those, because there's a neighbor of mine Kitamu mali nilikuwa naishi. Huyu jamaa alikuwa anachapa bibi yake. Ungemaliza wiki kama hujasikia nduru kwa hiyo nyumba.
But what would you do?
Me, I told that lady, leave this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, eventually.
So you address the lady. What about the man?
The guy, we would sit down and drink uji once in a while, and I ask him, bro, is it really necessary? Because eventually I had to, because they had a birthday for their child, and we had a child, so they invited us. So I befriended him, and then with time I just asked him, bro, hizi nduru nasikianga hapa kwako kila wiki, surely there's no way around it. Eventually they decided to, I don't think it was on my advice, but they decided to go their separate ways, and I'm happy for them, because I'd rather they stay separate than every other night mutu amengoloa meno mara sijui mguu imevunjika. It doesn't serve any purpose.
But you see, those are some of the conversations that are in that report, when they talked about the community being compelled. If you know it is happening this particular area, like what you knew, and you don't report it or you don't take action, there can be repercussions to you. So we have that community policing. I'm your brother's keeper, so that at the end of the day they might have separated, but what if he goes and perpetuates it somewhere else? You have no statistics on that.
True. Yeah. As we come to a conclusion, which we're actually out of time right now, what are your last thoughts? Parting shot.
Wow. My parting shot is any soul or any life lost is just not a statistic. This is somebody who was in a family. This is somebody who is someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's mom, someone's child. And we need to take the issue of femicide seriously. We call it a national crisis, but we have not reached that level where we are actually stopping to say this must stop. And my call for all stakeholders involved is femicide is now a national disaster, and we must call it as it is. And for us to end it, we must have a collective responsibility for us to be able to end femicide. So stop killing women, stop killing girls, and femicide.
Thank you so much, Brenda. That's why we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. Be safe out there. Nimeona hakuna matatu. Na tujui nani yako kwa barabara, but be careful, eh?
Thank you.
All right, folks, do stand by, because in the next hour, another conversation takes place.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has proposed a set of short-term measures aimed at reducing fuel prices in Kenya, including scrapping the 8% VAT on petroleum products. He is also proposing cutting oil marketers' margin by 4 shillings, injecting 5 billion shillings from the Fuel Stabilization Fund, and reducing the road maintenance levy from 25 shillings to 18 shillings per litre. Speaking on NTV today, he says the proposals, if implemented from 4 to 6 months, could bring petrol prices down to about 186 shillings per litre and reduce diesel prices by up to 54 shillings.
So in terms of diesel, I propose that we also get an additional of 5 billion Kenya shillings from the Fuel Stabilization Fund. Fuel Stabilization Fund is a harambee done by Kenyans through fueling. Every time you fuel, there is some money that goes into that fund. So there is no direct injection of money from the exchequer. And that would give, in terms of diesel, an additional 24 shillings. Because according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Kenya consumes around 200 million liters of diesel per month and approximately 135 million liters of petrol. So if we subsidize diesel by that 5 billion, then it pushes the reduction to around 53 to 54 shillings for diesel.
Police in Nyandarua North have arrested a suspect and recovered 850 rolls of cannabis sativa and 1,000 grams of unrolled bang during a raid in Marionya town. This is part of an ongoing crackdown on narcotics and illicit brews. This suspect is in custody awaiting arraignment, with the seized drugs secured as exhibits. Policy officer at the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, Catherine Mithia, says Kenya's rising debt crisis is being driven by budget deficits, weak revenue collection, and expensive borrowing. She notes that public debt has reached about 12 trillion Kenya shillings, pushing the debt to GDP ratio about 70%, which she says exceeds the constitutional threshold of 55%. Mithia adds that high interest loans are increasingly straining government spending on salaries, education, and county allocations.
Unravel here is on the political side, where governments are not able to maintain its policies towards debt management. So, for example, we are not supposed to borrow beyond a certain percentage of the debt ceiling. We do have a debt ceiling. No, we have a debt ceiling of about 10 trillion, but that was actually surpassed about 2 or 3 years ago. And this continues to increase, and that's why you have a debt of 12 trillion currently. Also, our debt to GDP ratio continues to be unsustainably high. According to the Constitution, you're supposed to have at 55% debt to GDP ratio. But currently we're at above 70%.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? Salamu ziwafikia watu wote ambao wanatutizama, but I want to express some kind of, is it frustration? I was expecting in that last hour, that conversation on femicide. all the men would be saying a thing or two about it, but unfortunately I haven't seen anyone saying anything about the situation that our sisters and mothers are facing. Naona watu wakiongea juu ya mafuta, naona watu wakiongea juu ya the what is it called, the expenditure, the budget, but no one is saying anything about femicide. That says a lot, eh? Jackal of today amesema currently petroleum products have a VAT of 8%. Taking it to zero won't change much. No. Jackal, you can change a lot.
Actually,
8% of 100 shillings, for example.
Why don't we ask him why he's saying so? He ought to explain why he thinks that way. Because surely 8 to 0 and it changes nothing.
And it won't move the needle much.
It will move the needle significantly.
Yeah, because you can imagine 8% of 100 is 8 bob.
Yes.
Ukireduce mafuta saizi by 8 shillings.
It makes a difference.
Oh my goodness. You have no idea what you've done.
We used to complain when there's an increase of 2 shillings, 3 shillings, 4.
Yes.
What about 8?
8% is the... Si mafuta imeteremshwa by 10 shillings jana.
Yes. It's significant.
It is significant. It's very significant. Yeah. Because that will affect even our electricity bill.
It affects everything.
Yeah. It will affect the fuel that we put and so on and so forth. Joseph Boya amesema the taxes must be reduced. Yes, I agree. I was actually complaining, City, right now, that in that last hour when we were talking about femicide, I have not seen a single comment on matters to do with femicide. I was hoping watu wawili watatu wangesema kitu. But anyway. Wacha tuingie huku kwingine kwa hii conversation ambayo tunataka kukua nayo in this last hour. We have a very good friend, Martin Chomba, chairman of the Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya. Martin, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning, sir.
The last time you were here, mafuta iko imefika 200. Hata iko imefika 190. What's not happening?
Na tukasema itafika 200 na itaenda mbele ya 200. Because niliambia watu saa ingine unasikia mtu akisema ati amefika mwisho, nawaambia mwisho ni mbali. Mwisho ni mbali sana.
Kabla tujaenda mali mafuta itafika, Siti atakupatia methali ya kutoka Ghana. Wewe utatuambia unafikiria nini juu hiyo methali? Wakenya wakiendelea kupanguza machozi.
Sawa.
Over to you, Siti.
Yes. 2 men in a burning house must not stop to argue.
Yes. 2 men.
Martin umesema yes na haraka.
Kabisa. Because that is very representative of what is the situation in Kenya today.
Yes.
Meaning that if they sit and start arguing and they are in a burning house, they are not only risking the argument but also their lives.
True.
And it is I would compare it with what is happening in Kenya right now. We are not in a place where we need to start arguing. We need to seek an agreement. We need to look for convergence. It is not we don't have the luxury of making the arguments here and there, because right now where the situation is, it is we are dumb if we do and we are dumb if we don't. So we got to get to a place whereby we agree on concessions. What concessions should the government make? What concessions should the mwananchi make? And so that we but if we argue about it, we'll be annihilated.
What really can the government do? And I'm asking this from a point of sijui. Of course, we are complaining about government should reduce the prices, Matatu wameenda strike. But what really can the government do so that even as we complain here, we are saying, but there's something that you guys can do, you're not doing?
I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you this very, very honestly.
Yes.
Seated at a place where I call Worm's Eye View.
Yes.
Because my industry is treated as an elitist industry, where everybody is an expert, but they all give the bird's eye view.
Yes.
From where I sit, the government is caught up in between a rock and a hard place.
Okay.
For these reasons, that we know the government of Kenya and governments worldwide do not get money anywhere else other than the taxes. And unfortunately, the money that we are having within our economy and the taxation around petroleum is already securitized. Securitized in the sense that the money that we receive goes directly to do something. We don't actually, other than what you call the PDL, the Petroleum Development Levy, where all the taxes within petroleum is like inakuwaga imengojewa. You know that kibarua, you go in the evening and what you get, you unapitia kwa duka ukinunua unga. There's no room for hiyo pesa unalala nayo. That is how we operate. The money, the taxes around petroleum goes directly into something that this money is feeding that, this one is feeding that. There's no room for negotiation. But having said that, we are in a situation where things have gone to the roof.
Okay.
Our economy, unfortunately, unlike the economies in the West and US, it's not able to take the kind of pressure that the petroleum prices are giving to economies right now. And the problem with that is that if we continue with that kind of pressure, many businesses will close down.
Okay.
And the cost of restarting a business is bigger than the cost of the government reorganizing its revenue sources.
Let me ask something, because umesema Petroleum Development Levy.
Yes.
Hiyo inafanyanga nini haswa?
Petroleum Development Levy, for every liter of fuel that you buy, it's like a harambe, where Kenyans changa. Per every liter you buy, they take 5 shillings and 40 cents, and they put it in a kitty to stabilize petroleum prices when they go to the roof.
Mbona wasiite Petroleum Stabilization Levy?
You see, it can do so many things within the petroleum sector. So whatever is needed to be done within the petroleum sector prudently is a development of the system. So they call it Petroleum Development Levy.
Kuna mtu ameweka hizi levies zote, ziko about 10 of them. Utaniambia kama ni za ukweli. So umeniambia Petroleum Development Levy kazi yake. Petroleum Regulatory Levy, hiyo nayo iko ama ni story?
Kuna ile hii tunalipaga EPRA. Si unajua hata kwa stima yako. I actually was arguing some days back. I was telling them they would rather ramp up all those costs and put them as one figure. Because when you buy your tokens and all that,
then you see all those
you
things.
get all those things.
You're like, what?
Usimseme tu ni shilingi 50.
Actually, wakisema ni 50, lazima hii 50 ni nini? Yes.
Wacha tu break down.
Wacha tu
tuonage tu.
Kuna road maintenance levy, hiyo tumeisikia mara mingi sana.
Exactly that.
Hiyo tunajua iko. Anti-adulteration levy.
Anti-adulteration levy is a fee that was added, is a levy that was added on kerosene. By then it was 18 shillings to bridge the disparity between kerosene and super petrol and diesel, to avoid adulteration, because kerosene is the reagent of adulteration. So when the price disparity, actually like yesterday, the argument the whole day we were having is that the disparity between diesel and kerosene is so high that it will incentivize adulteration. And once you incentivize adulteration, the same government has given direction that we don't import engines that are Euro 3 and below. It is Euro 4, 5 and 6. And so these engines require very high spec of diesel, and that's why you see there are specific models of vehicles that we import in this country, and they give people serious problems, the likes of VWs and BMWs and that, because they are, the specifications in Europe for diesel are very high. The minute you come and give it diesel that has 500 ppms per engine unaanza kila siku unapata umewekelea gari kwa mgongo ya zile kanta za kuzibeba. So that was specifically supposed to cure that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that levy does what exactly? It
in the event.
So you're asking where the money goes? Boss, ukiweka sadaka kwa ile mfuko ikiingia na hapo ndani,
nisiulize maswali.
Hiyo maswali mingi unauliza.
Haya, kuna merchant shipping levy. Hii ni ile merchant analeta. So tunalipa bus fare hiyo mafuta.
Tunalipa hiyo mafuta, lazima tulipe.
Haya, railway development levy. Huu ni mnyama mgani sasa?
Anaitusia ati mna develop levy.
Hiyo reli tumedevelop ngapi so far tangu tuanze kulipa hiyo levy? No, Martin, wewe ndio mtaalamu.
Unauliza maswali mingi.
Okay,
anauliza.
Najua wewe si serikali.
I know.
It is true.
But I know.
It is important that gentleman outlined these levies.
Yes.
it is fair for those who want to listen and who listen later, let them understand what these levies were purposed for.
Yes.
And the percentage, the amount to.
So kuna railway development levy.
Yes.
Tumejenga railways ngapi isipokuwa SGR?
Bro, why don't you ask what it is it's supposed to do?
Okay, what is it supposed to do?
So it's basically supposed to go into the development of railway. It's supposed to go into the development of the railway. So and this is now what brings me the parallel of something I was talking very passionately about yesterday, that maintenance of National Oil Corporation.
Yes.
Because the reason why it is defunct now, it is because it was deemed not to be making profits.
Yes.
And I was making an argument that we have Kenya Police Service, NPS, National Police Service today.
Yes.
They do not accrue to us profit in terms of money.
Yes.
But we maintain them.
We do.
There's a reason why we maintain Kenya Airways.
Okay.
Whether it is making losses or not. The petroleum is a national security issue. We don't have to make money from petroleum as a government for us to maintain a behemoth of an infrastructure called National Oil Corporation, so as to maintain security of supply within the country and be every other day forcing everybody else to go down, because this is what happens with every other country that is enjoying better prices. People keep asking, why is Uganda price lower than Kenya? All the Ugandan petroleum is imported through Uganda National Oil Corporation, the UNOC, and then they do not dictate on people how much to sell at the pump. They don't announce what
the market forces
determine. They outcompete themselves, and when they are cross competing, when nikiangusha shilingi moja na wewe uangushe mbili na mimi niangushe tatu to outcompete you guys, the person who benefits from that is the common mwananchi.
All right, before we get to that, because we are coming there, so railway development levy,
maintaining railway, the parallel I was drawing here is we are maintaining all that with money gotten elsewhere, yet the railway is still operational.
So pesa ya reli ambao wanatengeneza inaenda wapi?
Ya reli yenyewe inaenda wapi? You see.
Haya. Kuna import declaration fee. Huu ni nani sasa?
Hiyo that is hiyo ni ile ya KRA. That is
import declaration.
Yes.
What are we declaring?
IDF. I think hata kwa hii ulilipa, hata kwa hii ulilipa.
Yes.
Hata kwa hii tumelipa.
Hata nini?
Hata anything that comes to Lamu andika nayo hapa.
So I say, okay guys, niko na simu, shikeni shilingi 5.
Bas. Yes.
No, watakwambia ile
na wanakwambia hiyo simu hatutaki shilingi
5. Nimeelewa mbona watu wanaandamana.
na VAT, value added tax. That is something that Kenyans have had a discussion and have one of the persons that have been saying, I think I understand that there is something they call the place value, and maybe the value chain value.
Okay,
but in the literal meaning of value added tax, it should be that there is a value
that has been added.
This phone has gone through a system that has made the raw materials have now become this phone. That is an addition of value.
Yes.
But in petroleum, the way it is in Kenya right now, basically, other than the place value, taking it from Mombasa to Nairobi,
petrol station,
and other than the academic definitions of place value, there's no value that you've added.
Thank you, Martin.
Isn't it?
So I'm asking, why on earth do we have VAT?
It's just looking for a way to
make money,
to legitimize a levy, because there's no value whatsoever we add into petroleum.
Hiyo mafuta ikifika pale karibu niseme state of
Mombasa,
ikifika Mombasa hakuna kitu tunaiongeza.
Hivyo tu ndivyo inafika Kitui,
hatuongeza Mandela, hatuongezi chumvi,
hakuna kitu,
hatutoi sijui sulfur. Hiyo venye tu iko ndivyo tunaichukua tu.
So that's why I'm saying, other than the academic definitions of VAT, like what you call the place value and such, in terms of literal meaning of VAT, there's nothing that we do to the petroleum to add value.
Excise duty.
Excise duty is another statutory KRA levy, and it's there. How it came about, I can't tell you. Inakuaga tu vitu nyingi tu ikifika pale Mombasa you pay, including the vehicle that you're driving. Hiyo unalipa, na ingine inaitwa the excise duty unalipa, IDF ile import declaration unalipa, VAT unalipa,
alafu kuna hii ya mwisho customs stroke import duty.
Hiyo sasa ni ile mnyama tu ile inaua.
What do you mean inaua? How much?
Import duty is a percentage of whatever you are importing, whatever the price was there.
Yes. And for fuel, how much is it?
I'm not sure of the figure, but it's hefty.
Yeah.
Is
it above 10%?
It should be. I think it's a stand figure. I may need to check the exact, but they vary. There are others which are 25 shillings. There's a 21 shillings. They are quite a bit. Actually, suffice to say that these levies they amount to between 40 and 50% of the pump price.
So if we were to, let me say this: if we were to maintain the customs stroke import duty and the excise duty, ndio at least watu wa Port of Mombasa wasilale njaa, si tunaweza tu zingine zote.
Not really.
You can't.
You need to understand what they are
as of now, yani because of this UK unless Iran situation,
unless kesho uambie walimu nao hawatalipwa, polisi hatalipwa. You know, we all take the
for example tumedetermine tu saizi tu tukiwa tu hapa tumedetermine if VAT hiyo nayo tu ni story.
No, it is not actually.
The issue,
it is not a story.
Before you tell me whether the kind of
he's talking about the literal meaning of the VAT, whether we are adding value to petroleum.
And then actually we are.
And then
I'll explain to him with the value we add, but continue.
Okay, which value?
You see, it's a consumption tax.
Yes.
All right? And the purpose for it is that as it is used and as it is taxed, it helps fund government activities. Haina mambo ingine.
Then let's
that is what you are saying.
Yes.
There's the money part we understand.
Yes.
We were talking about the literal value that we add into the petroleum.
You know, when I
look at what we have,
petroleum inakuja hapa. Hakuna kitu tunaongeza. Tunakuja tu ile system and
the value we add is what you call place value in academic. Umeitoa hapa, umeipeleka pale.
Serikali provide the mechanism for you to receive it.
Yes.
But it is essentially a very simple thing. It's a consumption tax. Hiyo kitu ni to fund government activities.
Exactly.
Unajua ni kama uende pale kwa buffet, unataka kukula, unasema hii kuku hii nimeweka ndio sasa iende kwa mguu, alafu sasa hii samaki nachukua hii ni ya tumbo, hii mchele nimeweka hii ni ya muscles. Bwana, you just put food and say I'm eating this food because I'm hungry.
Iende kwa stomach and it will be
all the government doesn't quite work like that.
You see, what I'm trying to say here is, for example, all these levies, to me, I feel like they are very unnecessary. Okay, and right now that we have this Strait of Hormuz situation, they can say for the next 6 months, for example, tumetoa petroleum levy, petroleum regulatory levy, road maintenance levy,
now
anti-adulteration levy, because
the problem with that, and this is why I told you say tunasema give the devil his due.
Mung'ala muwe lakini haki yake
mpe. All these levies they are securitized. They go to a specific function. And that function is essential to the running of government. And you see some of these, and it's good. I will speak as if I were on the other side, if the shoe was on the other side. You see, most of these functions of the government, they are like police. They act. They are ni kama chumvi. You only notice the absence.
Yes.
You rarely notice the presence.
Ni kweli.
You know, like I tell people, we complain much about police and all that, but the day you wake up and they are not there
is when you will know.
That's the day you'd rather have them. You complain ukiwa nao kuliko wasipokuwa. Just like I'm talking about salt. So most of this money, they are funding a specific function of the government, and this function will include some of the most the thing enablers for you to be where you are today.
Import tax is an international system that was used, if you're looking at international trade, for goods you import to your country because you don't have them. Like for instance, we don't actually manufacture certain things. So when they are brought in, it is an avenue for the government again to raise money for itself to use. Okay? It's supposed to be a tool used in international trade. And the world over, kuna import tax. Now, the converse of this import tax is the protectionism that countries give to the country. If, for instance, we want to import rice and we also have rice being produced locally, we will levy a huge import tax on anybody who wants to bring in rice to protect our rice farmers. So it will be more expensive for you to buy rice from Pakistan and
bring here,
and Egypt. Yes,
you'd rather go
and buy that rice from where? These are tools that are used for such purposes, because you correctly put it, Martin, at the very beginning. The government gets money from taxes.
Yes.
So they'll give it fancy name like excise, import. But it's a tax.
But it's tax at the end of the day.
VAT, it's a tax. Yes. And
the names are just to justify.
Yes. Where it is the money is supposed to be going,
exactly,
and what it might be used for.
So I was telling you, the government is caught in between a rock and a hard place, because what we are finding in the petroleum industry right now, we are appreciating that the government does not have any other sources of money, but at the same time, the economy we are running is not able to stretch beyond where we are. Because of my argument has been this: when we compare the prices between Kenya and US is a net producer of petroleum. Actually, it's number one producer of petroleum in the world. Their prices have doubled, literally. If we were buying there, probably be buying 400 shillings a liter. But then again, when you compare US and Kenya, you're not comparing likes for likes, because the economy of US, an ordinary person is paid a minimum wage of $19 an hour. If that guy works for 10 hours, on top of his bills, he will have made a few, probably close to 20,000 or 18,000 thereabout. In Kenya, it's like, say, City has 10 chicken, you have 5, and I have 1. And we are having a party, and it's a joint party, and we are saying everybody must slaughter 1 chicken. City will slaughter out of abundance. You'll slaughter out of enough. I'll slaughter out of nothing. You get? So when City can even make an argument and say, but why, Chomba, why are you not slaughtering yours? Me, I'm even offering to slaughter 3. But you'll slaughter 3 and you'll be left with 7.
Yes, I will. And you will slaughter 1 and
I'm done. That is the real story about Kenya, US, Europe, and the Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
So Kenya is that person who is slaughtering out of nothingness. So what do? We must look for where we can make concessions. I've told you earlier that the diesel is a production oil, and so it is affecting so many other things. Whether the government takes a shave in taxes, Kenyans will pay either way, because if we maintain the high prices of diesel, the same Kenyans will pay going to work, and they'll pay the higher cost of goods because of the inflationary issues that will result as a result. It will be a result of what is happening. So we either way, the government will take a hit, because there will be also slowed economic activities, which will translate to lower taxes and maybe not even get the revenues that would have otherwise gotten. So what would happen ideally for me is for government to try and reorganize itself. By reorganizing, I mean, today the businesses that are run on petroleum, if they close down, the businesses that depend on diesel, if they close down because it becomes untenable to continue, the cost of restarting that business is so high that it is easier for government to reorganize its sources of income than it is for a Kenyan to restart a business they have closed.
Yeah.
So the net effect of this, left the way it is, would be that a lot of Kenyans will go under. And so for me, my argument has been, you see, today in the where we do the oil exploration, there's a rule of the finger. Even if nobody is buying crude, you cannot stop a well. Even during Corona, if you remember, they got to a place where they were saying, bring the ship, we just load you. Wende. Because the cost of restarting a well is just like redigging, is like sinking a new well.
Counterproductive, because
it's like sinking a new well. It is the same thing with businesses. I've never been employed all my life, and I'll tell you this: when you start a business and after 3 or 2 years you close down, the costs and the energy and the mental rigor that is required to restart that business is next to impossible. So the easiest thing is for government to try and reorganize. I was giving people a scenario. Kenya is a family where the government is the father. Baba hafikagi mwisho. At your home, things could be as thick as they can, but you cannot look your kids straight in the eye.
You can't give up.
Yes, you cannot. So I'm saying government is just our father and baba hafikagi mwisho. Either way utafanya vile, hata kama utaenda kupiga mtu ngeta, but huyo mtoto mwenye ako hapo lazima utakula. Because a 3-year-old kid utamwambia aje? They would not understand. Kenya, we are those, and the people we have given responsibility of leadership ndio baba yetu. They have to come up with a way, and most likely for me, I've been telling them, take a further haircut. Why? Because we are in what we are today, because some lazy people existed before you and they must learn. It is not possible that a country like Kenya, claiming to be the hegemon economic center within the East African region, 60 years after independence, we are enjoying petroleum at the benevolence of peace at the Strait of Hormuz. It is unconscionable.
What does a haircut look like in your opinion?
My haircut, I'm looking at taking another shave on the 8% VAT. I know we have pressure from IMF and the Bretton Woods institutions and our lenders to make sure that we continue with the VAT. But you see, these are extraordinary times, and everybody should understand. Do we continue with this and crash our economy, or do we steady the economy for 2 months or 3 months and then we resume our payments? Because this is not permanent. We are not talking about perpetuity in terms of policy here. We are talking about intervening period, taking extraordinary measures that would see us through, and just like we took the haircut of 8%.
During even during COVID. That's
yes,
what we did.
Even during COVID. So for now, why should we? Because if we had prudent people before, what we would have done is that we would have actualized the Petroleum Act of 2019, which requires Kenya to have strategic oil reserves that would last us at least 90 days. What we would be doing right now, tungekuwa tumeinama tu hivi, hiyo mambo yote inapita as we consume our strategic reserves and we resume after this problem is gone. But now we are exposed to every shock out there, and that's why I'm saying we are enjoying at the benevolence of peace. And as I said earlier in an interview here, hope is not a strategy. We cannot sit here and hope that there will be peace. Just now, at night, I have seen President Trump on Truth Social tweeting, writing and saying he's received calls from the presidents, from the leaders of the Middle Eastern countries to hold on an attack that was supposed to happen in Iran. And he said that the chief of the joint staff should be ready to act in a moment's notice to bomb Iran. What does that tell you? Haiishi kesho.
But it also tells you that he's running out of strategies.
Yeah.
Because you threaten to strike Iran. We have seen what has happened as a repercussion of his strikes. Does he know what Iran is planning?
No.
He does not.
Actually, the Middle Eastern countries are fearful more than anybody else.
Yes.
Because he's setting them up.
Yes. They will look for targets that they know have a close association with American or is American owned in that East, and they will obliterate them.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So, even as we say, or we talk about this, we are guessing. We really do not know what the Iranians can actually do.
And we know the history of Persians. Persians is a civilization that has existed for many years.
The oldest
and
empires, yes.
Their history is that they rarely give up. And so this is not likely to be the first one.
No, and they've had time to study their foe. They've had time to strategize. And what it is that they've strategized, we do not actually know. We've seen samples of it.
That's the thing.
Okay? But they have also flexed their muscles and shown, actually, this is what we can do. And then they've gone back. But the thing that I like, they have not said no to further negotiations.
And that's a good thing.
They have not said no.
And
they have not shut the door on talks.
Now the problem with this push and pull is that Kenya now, we are like, we don't know. You see a person who is watching football, and the way you jump out of your seat when they were just to score, and then mpira inatoka nje. So we are behaving like that. We don't know what to do.
You know, Martin, our problems are many. Okay? Our problems are many. Imafuta is just part of the issues we have.
Yes.
For this reason, the moment you put yourself in a position where you have borrowed from the Bretton Woods institutions, they have conditionalities, they are answerable that term, that you have to abide by, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
In the absence of that, they don't give you money.
Exactly.
And for them to give you more money, they will look at the conditionalities they gave you before when they gave you that other money.
And they look at what they can add on top of
yes,
that.
and they will see what it is that you have done with regards to meeting the conditionalities they give you before they give you more money. They can approve it and say, we approve, but let's look at what we said we would do, okay? What have you done in terms of Imambo?
You went back on what we agreed.
Yes. There's this matter we talked of corruption. Because part of that money was to deal with this, okay? You got the money. Break it down for us and tell us what you did. You also said you were going to do something with the education system. This amount was for the education. Tell us.
We paid salaries.
Yes, we paid salaries. And they count 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 11 things or 20 things. Bro, when they find that out of that number, 3/4
has not been done.
Uko na shida.
Now that's where we are.
Uko na shida.
It's very unfortunate.
Bless you.
Is a country that we have found ourselves in this place, and I'm telling people, you know, whoever talked about karma, when you're in a position of power or on the other side, do not be very quick to talk, because I've seen our current ministers, the things that they said a few months earlier, and what they are saying right now, they need a tongue insurance.
Yeah.
Because mtu anaweza jiuma ulimi trying to explain what they were saying. So what do we do? Where do we go from now? Now that we are where we are.
You know, there's the situation we find ourselves in. Martin, you summarized it well. In this sense, you said, look, these measures need not be permanent.
Yes.
But we have a problem right now. What is the short-term measure that we can apply to alleviate this pain? And we say, look, if you alleviate this pain now, it gives us an opportunity to set in motion A, B, C, D, which will now remove us from the situation that we are in.
From the pit.
But these things often require discipline.
That's the thing is.
Call it fiscal discipline, but it is discipline.
It is discipline.
It is required.
It's a regiment. It's not something that you just wish.
No, or you talk about. No. It is something you do, and to begin the honest conversation, tell the country, this is what it means.
Exactly.
When we do this, and this, and this, and this, we are a resilient lot. But so that we don't get surprised by the shocks, tell us about the shocks in advance. We will really complain.
Yes.
We will protest.
Yes.
But we know.
Yesterday, City, I was speaking somewhere and I was telling people.
Bless you, Paul. Take a sip of that thing.
What I was telling people, one of the biggest problem we have right now in the country is that we treat petroleum industry like a defense ministry. It's an elitist industry.
Okay.
Information flow is very scanty. Very few people get to know. So on 14th of this month, people who are in government, Chomba who is not in government, City who is a broadcaster and a journalist, and a guy pushing mkokoteni in Kangemi, we were all surprised that the prices went up.
Not surprised, shocked.
Yeah, shocked. But my argument is, where I am seated right now, City, I can tell you what is likely to happen on June 14th.
What do you mean?
Yes,
but that's the data.
Because we import fuel 1 month prior. The prices we are having now is now when we are starting to feel the effect of the war. Now the real effect of the war. The other times it was the rumors of war. What happened there? Now this is the effect.
Okay.
So what we are buying today is not what we consume today.
Okay.
What we are buying today is what will price on June 14th, and we know how much we are buying at. What is the problem by telling Kenyans that these are the trend at the international market, and this is what we are likely to expect on 14th? During corona, I've drawn a parallel. We had this gentleman, watoto walikuwa anamuita ule mzee wa corona, Mutahi Kagwe. At every 3
fellow Kenyans,
fellow Kenyans, every 3 p.m.
he is talking to you.
Anawaambia, this is what we are. People may trivialize that, but it carries people along.
Believe me, that example is going to be given into perpetuity.
Yeah.
Because we were among the most informed nation with regards to COVID. We knew.
Yes.
Because we were told.
Yes. And you see, today I tell people, prices can even go to 1,000 bob. And there's not much that the government can do. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm giving an example. It can go to even 1,000 bob and Kenya would still exist. But how would we exist? If we move into the storm together. Nobody is caught. You see, mse waduthi wakati amebeba watu watatu wakuwe na accident, yule mtu umia zaidi ni yule amebeba huku nyuma, because he does not see what is coming. Yule anaona knows, anajikaza, unajua, as they go. Now the problem with Kenya and the way we treat,
tuko huko nyuma.
Jamaa wa Ministry ya Energy ni jamaa wa nduthi ndo anaendesha.
Anaona ile shida inakuja.
Yeye anaona what is coming. This guy anajuaga ni kubaya akigongwa. We need to carry Kenyans along. We need to tell them the office of the government spokesman, it is paid by taxpayers. Among the things that they need to do is to inform us on what is happening. Why do they exist? The Ministry of Energy, they are paid by taxpayers' money. Give us the information. Pay one person na kuwa anatuambia hii story.
Umesema but they are paid. Umesema June 14th mafuta inafika how much?
No, I was telling you, I can predict. Right now, I can tell you, it's either going to slightly go up. This price shock that we have had this time have absorbed the bigger chunk of what would be the shock. But they still, now the prices are still higher than they were last time, with a few dollars. So I'm expecting, per metric ton, it's higher than it was. So I'm expecting a slight surge. And so the petroleum development levy that they are using today, I understand why they are not taking all of it, because Kenyans can agitate and they take all the remaining petroleum development levy kitty and subsidize, but they be prepared that next month now they will take the whole hit. But now my argument here is, why is nobody talking about what is coming to happen next June 14th?
Martin, let's take this particular discussion and move a few steps back. Okay, many Kenyans do not know that even with the prices of fuel that we have been cushioned, they do not understand it.
Yes,
that we are not feeling the full brunt of what the fuel costs on the world market. So let's start with world market. And let's start with, when we buy fuel, how many months in advance of the time we actually use it do we buy fuel?
You see, like the pricing of the fuel that we have is usually taken in between the last month up to this month around 10th. From around 9th or 10th of last month to around 9th or 10th of this month. The vessels that come in between then, those are the vessels that now, those discharge actually, not just come, those discharge, because now that is the fuel we have in the country. We take the weighted average of all those vessels, and then we get the pricing. So like for now, we are in May. Around the vessels that had discharged between April 10th to around May 10th, around there. Those vessels are the ones that are done the weighted average. So right now, there are vessels that are coming in. And as we speak, they are still continuing to discharge, because we cannot go for 21 days if we have no vessel that is docking in Mombasa. So every week, there's a vessel that is coming.
And that vehicle that we're calling a ship, when it leaves the port where it has actually collected the fuel, how many days does it take to come to Kenya?
It takes, give or take, a week or 2 weeks, depending on what is happening.
But at the time that it is taking this particular fuel, that fuel has a certain cost.
Yes.
That is the cost it comes with.
Yes. It is known That is known.
It is not something that is a secret.
No,
it is known. We have bought this fuel at this price.
Yes.
Yes. So when it arrives here, we already know what it costs.
Exactly.
Which means this particular fuel, we knew the cost.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The problem is not the cost. The problem sometimes is how this information is treated. It's like you see, I don't expect Kenya to tell me how many guns
they have,
but I don't think there's any problem by in knowing an AK-47 costs 6,000 shillings or 60,000 or 600,000 shillings. You know, there's nothing security about knowing some of these things. So knowing that the cost of fuel is this much, because either way Kenyans will get to know. The excitement with government that it will announce the price when nobody else knows, when there is no leakage, when there is it's for me, for lack of a better word, it's juvenile.
Okay. And I agree with you because, for example, you're saying that June 14th we might get a shocker.
No, we will not get a shocker.
You know, me actually nishafika June 14th.
No. If you observe and ask what it is that the fuel that we are going to consume next month, if we take the view now and ask, what is it going to be bought at? Where it is that the ship,
how much are we buying it today?
And we can know that today, because if we know what we're buying it today, that's what it's going to cost on the 14th of next month.
Because the levies are fixed, isn't it? So the landing cost is known. Then you put the levy. So Chomba, seated in his office, will be able to tell you, give or take, this amount is what we are going to, the margin of error plus or negative 5.
Na ndio serikali tuambie tu vizuri that look guys, leo tumenunua mafuta. Hii mafuta ilitoka Qatar na hii mafuta ni X amount. So next month expect tutafika mafuta iuzwe to 30. You see, even for me I'll be able to plan.
Yes, even mentally, being prepared mentally that we are getting into a bad place. You see, ukiendesha baiskeli uko kwetu, ukiendesha Kisululu, alafu uko kwa lami, wakati inagonga ile barabara yenye si ya lami, all of a sudden
unashtuka.
Lakini kama ulikuwa unaona, utashika sawa.
You will brace yourself.
Yes, you will be stable. This is the problem with the way we are moving, is that we just thrust people into hiyo barabara tunaitaka kwa lugha ya mtaani corrugation. Unaingia tu kwa hiyo corrugation, then everybody will be shocked.
If today Iran, UK, Israel were to have a permanent ceasefire, like vita imeisha, how long will it take for the prices to go back to what we considered normal?
Now it would take quite a while, because the supply chain disruption that has happened right now is to take about 3 months. For me, I'm looking at this, I'm giving it the effect to take between 4 to 6 months for it to normalize the world supply, so that we can go back to. The other thing is that we will never go back to where we used to be. Let's be honest. Before Corona, we were before those shockers. You remember there's a time we were buying fuel at around 98, 110 thereabout. When the shock came, tukaenda karibu kwa 141 something. The best we did was to go back to about 120 something, 120. Prices will never come back. If anybody is thinking that we'll come back to exactly where we were, no. Remember, it was a shocker going to 150s.
Yes.
But right now Kenyans are saying, tumekuwa tukinunua mafuta vizuri 150 something. We have already acclimatized and appreciated and accepted 150 something, 160 something, hiyo ni bei mzuri. So right now we are agitating, if you see the arguments, is that si hata ikuje 180 ama 190. In other words, our minds are subconsciously appreciating that 180, 190
was acceptable.
Ama 200. Badala ya 240 something, 200. Afadhali hapo 200. So the prices will never ever go back to 120. I don't see that coming. That one we forget.
Can I give a silly example? Have you ever seen schools, school fees in government schools fees going down?
Hey, that's a good
Ushaona mwaka where serikali imeannounce kwamba kutoka this
tumeangusha
school fees tunashukisha. Ushaona? School fees is an indicator of the cost of living within the country. Okay? Because whether it is whatever subsidies, whatever that the government provides for schools to function, it has to bear the reality of the cost of everything that you need in a school. Okay?
Exactly.
So haitashuka. For it to shuka, other things need to have happened, and and those things don't happen very often.
Miracles not very common.
But you see the burden. This burden falls squarely on EPRA. If you look at their mandate, hii ndio kazi yao. See, wao ndio na regulate. They understand all the where-to-falls about the oil industry. Ni wao kuelimisha wananchi.
Yes.
This 14th announcement, hiyo ni sawa, ni kama minister anatuambia budget.
That is statutory,
Yes. Tunaelewa. But even with the budget, it's long because naambiwa sigara. Vuta tu ukijua la kwamba bei imefika hapa. Ile pombe unakunywa. They break it down for you. And then they also tell you, sasa to fund this one, tunataka kufanya hii na hii na hii.
Yes.
If you pay attention now, EPRA should be telling us that hii petroli inakuaga hivi.
This is the way it is behaving right now.
Yes.
You see city drawing parallel. Previously, those of us who are a bit had a few years to understand what was happening during budget readings, it used to be a surprise. Kitambo. But nowadays
unaingoja kwa hamu.
Sasa hiyo hata maiguka would like ukiongea radio ikiongea, because we are all learning what is happening and what is expected of us going forward that moment. But today we know about the budget way before. That's why we do public participation, that we do. So the minister does not come to tell us that which we do not know. He just comes to tell us this is what we have agreed. Okay, between you and us, the public participation and all that, we come up with this budget statement. But that is exactly what needs to be done with EPRA. There's nothing good, there's nothing exciting about announcing prices that nobody knew. You know, if that is the excitement, that nobody knew about these prices we are announcing, then it's not working. We need to let people and carry them along from day one. After we have announced for this month, we start have a regular communication telling Kenyans that this is the way the international system is behaving. The geopolitics are behaving like this, they are causing this and they are causing this. In case it goes this way, the government has the latitude to do this and it has the constraints not to do the following. And when you keep talking to Kenyans like that, when that day comes, nobody acts surprised. Because we all know, because Kenyans will also take you to task. They will continue asking you, because the beauty of this country, and I'm telling people that all is not lost. You see, yesterday, the democratic space, the fact that people can sit here and sit there, the government sit there and they're able to converse and even tell the government, by the way, hapo umesema hapa hatujakubaliana up to this side, tumekubaliana mpaka hapo. For me, that was a serious gain. It's something that we must appreciate. The fact that we can talk, Kenyans can say what they feel and the government where they are, and we see whether we agree or we do not agree. So when the EPRA keeps communicating, or the Ministry of Energy keep communicating on what is happening, Kenyans will not take things that are not palatable to them in terms of the intellectual ability. They will be able to task the government and ask them, you are saying this, but we can see this. You are saying this, we can see this. That can only changia into the growth of our space. We will grow as a democracy, we will grow as an industry, and even attract more investors in this country, because people and investors like a place where things cannot be done arbitrarily to affect the projections of business. So for me, the panacea to what is happening, and if the government knows what is good for them, is that they need to carry Kenyans along. It doesn't matter where we are going, as long as we go together. I gave an analogy, watu walicheka sana nikiwaambia. In other places I speak to people, and when I'm speaking, among the people I speak to are married people and the couples, and I tell them, ukiona hakuna mwanaume huachwa na bibi for the sake of it. In most cases ni kwa sababu the man anakuja usiku amelewa, anasema amenunuliwa pombe. Bibi anaenda kibarua, anatengeneza pesa, anapika kaugali, mzee is not contributing. But kama kuna shida kwa nyumba na ukute bibi na bwana wote wanaenda kibarua, kila mtu anapata 200 wanakuja nayo jioni, wanapika pamoja, those families will stand. It's very rare that one of them walks away. But when it comes at wewe ufanyi kazi lakini unakuja nyumbani umelewa, bibi atatoroka. this is the case. If the government is exercising and showing lajes in terms of expenditure and all these things, na unaambia bibi ni sisi wananchi kwamba mambo ni mbaya sana, jikaze, lakini wewe unalewa, unakuja nyumbani daily umelewa
na unanuka nyama choma,
tutapoteanwa tu at some point, tutasema hapana, wewe sasa you finance your own hizo vitu, enda ununuliwe huko, unanunuliwa the little we are making here, let us sisi tukule na watoto. That is exactly what happens. It is that simple. Anything that you see happening huku kwa ground, it is just a reflection, it's just the ratio of what is happening in the country. So the government, and I said the serikali ndio baba yetu in the country we call Kenya, cannot tell us that they have nothing to do. Because the day you say that there is nothing much that you can do, then that is the day the government, the economy stands. And that one, it is not palatable. And we are not oblivious of the fact that the physical space is very constrained, but the government has the responsibility to sit and negotiate for us. Just as they negotiate for loans, they must negotiate for concessions, so that we get to a place where tutoke kwa ishi that tuko nayo, then tujipange kwenda huko mbele.
One of the biggest problems, like you said, is communication.
Yes.
The other one is skirting around the truth.
Yes.
Bala mwambie tu watu black and white
ni kubaya,
mnaanza kusema gray ambayo ni white kidogo, lakini inaweza kuwa black, lakini hii black pia ni gray kiasi, but gray bwana, ambia mtu ni mgonjwa, adili na hiyo ugonjwa kwa akili, then you start the healing process. Badala ya kumwambia sijui then one day hata dawa haisaidii, na wewe mwenyewe unajua kabisa ni kuenda anaenda. That is why the doctor anakuitaga ndo pale anakuambia boss kuko hivi. So because the minute you internalize and appreciate the level of and the gravity of the issue you are dealing with, then you can start from there and now start looking for what are the available options, without thinking or second guessing that what you're trying to do is not the real thing. So the government has the honors to move Kenyans. Remember, we are Kenyans, we own this country. Together with the government, we know the limits. Like I tell people, I know, and I'm not oblivious.
Together the government, sisi ndio serikali bro.
Isn't it? Yes, sisi ndio serikali. So we understand, and I tell people, it is in my interest when my government continue to function, because without the government, even mahali nakaa tu, mahali unapika uji yako yenye haina sukari, hata hiyo huwezi pika. So we want the government to perpetually exist, but then again they have a duty to carry us along with them, so that we understand where we are going, and then where we advise them to do a strategic oil reserve, they do that. Where we advise them not to keep announcing today city, nobody cares about the price of cassava. Hakuna mtu atasema ati serikali imeongeza bei ya mhogo. Why? Because sisa hii nyanya, nimesikia juzi wanasema ati ukinunua nyanya 3 wewe ni dynasty. Umesikia hiyo story? So lakini nobody has stood and said ati serikali imeongeza bei ya nyanya. Why? Because the government does not concern itself in announcing the prices of nyanya. Petroleum, I told you, the government does not own even 1 liter. All the petroleum in Kenya is in the hands of the private sector. So they should just control for national security the importation. But wakati wa kuuza, wacheni kuambia hawa watu watauza aje, because the minute you do that, you are exposing yourself to unnecessary questions. Let people outcompete. Let the oil marketers outcompete. I know there was a cartel. The reason why we brought in the commission those days, the EPRA, those days during Kraitu Murungi, because there were cartels. But then the oil marketers were very few. They were just like a handful, and we could agree. Today we have over 100 oil marketers in this country. It is very unlikely that they will come together and agree on atituuzia watu eBay. Remember, the push factors for prices are very different. There is somebody who is selling because kuna mzigo iko pale Mombasa and they need money to refinance it. There is somebody else is selling because they need to pay salary. Kuna mwingine anakona bank loan. So all these factors will push these oil marketers to sell prices, to give us prices that are very competitive, and the common person will benefit. But the minute you announce, you are telling us, we ask you, why did you announce that price?
Alright, naona hapa kuna kastori kana trend, Langata Police Station. So apparently, Central Police Station OCS Chief Inspector Dishen Angoya was arrested and placed in custody at Langata Police Station after releasing 64 people who had been arrested over high fuel prices Matatus strike. So people stormed his holding area and released him.
Wow.
OCS wa Central alishikwa akapelekwa Lang'ata, wananchi wakienda Lang'ata wakamtoa.
You see fake news.
It's actually been mentioned by several individuals.
Repeat it. What did he do?
So Central Police Station, OCS, Chief Inspector Dishen Angoya, he was arrested and detained at Lang'ata Police Station. Reason, he released 64 suspects that had been arrested during fuel price protests.
They were arrested and arraigned
by other officers.
Okay, and arraigned
wakaletwa huko police station
Central.
Central.
Yeye akakuja kawa release.
Akakuja akasema bana nyende ni home. Akashikwa akapelekwa Lang'ata. Wananchi wakienda Lang'ata wakamrelease.
Si ndio OCS? Si ndio officer commanding your station. See, he has powers.
So it's currently trending. So
what was he arrested for?
Mutaambiwa as it unfolds, yes. Kama ni fake news, mutaambiwa pia ni fake news.
Yeah, but what was he arrested for?
For releasing these guys.
Who arrested him? Na ndio mkubwa hiyo station.
By the time unapelekwa Lang'ata police station, ni kumaanisha umearrestiwa whether na makarao wa Lang'ata.
No, OCPD ameingilia hiyo kitu, sio?
Of course. Yeah. You can only be either OCPD, PP, nini?
Ndio anatembea hapa na wananchi.
So let me ask a question.
Wanamshield.
Tuko nchi gani?
Tuko Kenya.
Tuko Kenya. And now that for me, this is now I'm a student of development studies, and it's mixed. It gives mixed reactions. Like I've said, when we are getting to these levels, where
wananchi wanachukua matters into their hands.
Wananchi, justice ya wananchi ni mzuri, but it's also like a very big rock.
Okay.
Umeiweka kwa mlima, unataka ibomoe kitu, itabomoa. The question is, utaisimamisha aje isibomoe hizo ziko.
And what else will it bomoa? Even as bomoa as this one?
Yes.
Because once you release it, you won't control it.
That's the thing. That it's a slippery slope. And with the snowballing effect is that it's just like yesterday what you saw. I was saying the government did not know mgomo ya jana itafanyika jana. They ought to have convinced.
Know what?
I'm saying they did not just wake up yesterday and got to know kuna mgomo. So they knew way before.
They knew way
and
before.
The problem is they cannot bury their hands in the sand and not assume that people will take advantage of those migomos. Okay?
There are those who wait for such opportunities.
Yes.
Agenda tofauti.
Kabisa.
It has nothing to do with fuel.
Because like the people you were seeing on the street yesterday, they were not the Matatu crews. Because si magari zimewekwa nyumbani.
Yes.
So anybody else mwenye anakuja kufunga barabara, si mtu wa matatu na si mtu wa maroli. Because wenyewe wako nyumbani. So these are people who are goons who take advantage of that. Okay. And the problem with that is they were charging people money ndo upite. It takes 2 days to institutionalize that.
Okay.
In the justice ya watu. Mob justice. 2 days. And every place utaenda kutakuwa na uto tutol. These young people wenye wakianza kufanya hivyo, how will you stop them not from
and then that? When people get tired, because they will within the course of the week,
yes,
and then they react.
Yes.
What do you think will happen?
Massacre.
Yes.
Yes, because people will not just, you see, mmechoma gari ya huyu leo, mmevunja duka ya ule leo, kesho.
They'll say hapana.
The following day people will say hapana.
Retaliation.
No. Retaliation.
Yes.
Before
you will retaliate.
We are jungle.
Right. Gentlemen, we have come to the end. Let me just recognize Joseph Bwea amesema the taxes must be reduced. Louis Rudisingo amesema the conversation in the second hour needs the engagement of everyone. In Rwanda we have one stop center and awareness program in schools. I think that's on the issue of gender based violence. David Mangera ameandika message akadelete. Alafu Lydia Nthika amesema yes hope is and never will be a strategy. That one is you who said it. Holy man guy, check what happened to Naivasha supermarket. Mike Odido, the reason behind not announcing earlier is the likelihood of hoarding. Alafu Kelvin Wanyonyi anasema it's called lawlessness. When it prevails, we might lose our country to gangs stroke goons. That's why we will stop. Gentlemen, uko nje kuna kaje?
Uko nje nimekuja vizuri. Leo sijapatana na issues.
Okay.
Nimekuja tu vizuri. I hope it shall be the same.
I'm asking for myself and my colleagues in the office. All right, folks. Thank you so much, Martin Chong.
You're welcome, sir.
All right.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Heavy rainfall expected this week across various parts of the country has raised concern over possible flooding and disease outbreaks. In its weekly forecast for May 19th to May 25th, the Kenya Meteorological Department said areas receiving more than 50 millimeters of rainfall may experience flooding with risk of cholera, malaria, typhoid, and anthrax due to stagnant water and poor drainage. Legal counsel Brenda Nyambo from the Federation of Women Lawyers Kenya has criticized weak enforcement of gender-based violence laws. Speaking on Radio Generation today, she says many cases are treated as domestic issues through informal family settlements, which shield perpetrators from accountability and worsen the femicide crisis while denying victims justice and protection.
You see, the murders that continue to happen have been abrogated to the fact of intimate partner violence. There's a lot of mental issues, a lot of stress in terms of how people relate with each other, but that is not to excuse the aspect of violence in homes. You find most people consider the homes as a safe environment. That is a safe place for me. But unfortunately, most of the crimes that we're looking at in terms of femicide happen within the confines of the home setting. So I would say most of the time it is with partners or people who you trust the most who break your trust. So it is not a crime that is isolated out there, but it is a crime that is within the community. And the community at large is at stake currently because not many people are willing to support and not many people are coming out to support the issues of femicide. You find it has been left to the courts to be able to determine how to punish the perpetrators, to organizations that can be able to support the victims, or after the victim, in this particular case, the deceased, to deal with the family.
President William Ruto has renewed calls for affordable loans and financing for African countries, saying the current global financial system continues to disadvantage developing nations. Speaking in Baku, Azerbaijan during the World Urban Forum, Ruto also defended Kenya's affordable housing program, saying more than 273,000 housing units are currently under construction. Meanwhile, UN Habitat Executive Director Anna Claudia Rosbach urged developed countries to help African nations build systems to address the growing housing crisis across the continent.
In the last 3 years, we are building 273,000 housing units. 8,000 keys have been handed over. 55,000 keys will be handed over before the end of this year. And we have a pipeline of 700,000 housing units. I can say with confidence that today in Kenya, we have the largest housing program in the continent of Africa.
Bolivian protests calling for center-right President Rodrigo Paz to resign intensified Monday as demonstrators swarmed government buildings and a protest leader faced terrorism charges over the unrest. Riot police clashed with protesters for hours. Tear gas shrouded the streets of La Paz. Shops were shuttered and supplies ran low due to protest. Blockade choking routes into the capital city. Thousands of farmers, miners, teachers, workers from other sectors and indigenous communities have led weeks-long protests calling for wage increases, economic stability and an end to privatization of state-owned companies.